all of the people that we all know and we all love, and they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars.
That was during a meeting with Iraqi Prime Minister Ali al-Zaidi. Supreme Court justices have used a rare appearance before lawmakers to ask for more security money. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani.
In a House hearing room, it was the first congressional testimony by justices in 7 years. Elena Kagan told lawmakers threats against the High Court have been rising since a draft opinion overturning Roe v. Wade leaked 4 years ago.
For some of us, those threats have come very close, and all of us live with the knowledge that they may again materialize.
Amy Coney Barrett says her security made her wear a bulletproof vest home around that time, raising questions from her 12-year-old son.
I didn't expect that performing this service was going to put me in the position of explaining to my children what a bulletproof vest was and why I had to wear one.
The High Court's asking for about $15 million to boost the justices' personal protection details. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
E. Jean Carroll has collected the money owed in the 2023 Trump sex abuse and defamation case. AP's Lisa Dwyer.
E. Jean Carroll has been paid over $5.6 million that a jury awarded, plus interest. The U.S. Supreme Court recently upheld the verdict against Trump, paving the way for the release of the money held in escrow since the 2023 verdict, when the jury found that Trump sexually abused Carroll in 1996, then defamed her after she spoke out in 2019.
This is AP News. Foreign troops, including Ukrainians, join a Bastille Day parade in Paris.
Troops and warplanes from around Europe joined Tuesday's Bastille Day parade through Paris in a showcase of support for Ukraine and a symbolic flexing of European military muscle. On President Emmanuel Macron's last Bastille as president, he hosted around 30 other leaders for an event that appeared aimed at showing both Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump that Europe's united and stepping up to defend itself. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was given an ovation from the assembled European leaders as he arrived, and his country's troops got the biggest cheers of the day from crowds on the tree-lined Champs-Élysées Avenue. France's biggest national holiday is coinciding with raging forest fires and a red alert heatwave. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
I'm Haya Pinjwani, AP News.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Reason High School and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo! We'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They got $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Off a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service. We'll be staying at the low end of scattered showers today again. Southwest winds will maintain the possibility of showers ramping back up, though. Seas will remain around 6 to 8 feet, mostly southwest swell. This will produce a moderate risk of rip currents along south and west facing reefs. The tropical disturbance to our west has dissipated and is now just a trough. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
My name is Erica and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kaysen is still here.
Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Holiday Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM on a Wednesday, July 15th. We got 6 minutes after 6 o'clock this morning, streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway. Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations, turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here. From $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more live great food and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Duenas passed the Maulig Act to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing through the additional dwelling unit and advanced nitrate bills. And now he is authoring his second balanced budget that protect essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Duenas. He's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
Holiday Guam, over the last 2 years, we have built strong relationships, opened new doors, and created real opportunities for our island. Those partnerships continue to grow stronger, and together, we are making meaningful progress for Guam. Early voting for 2026 primary elections begins July 9th and runs through July 25th at the Westin Resort. Tuesdays through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now is not the time to lose momentum. The foundation has been laid, the relationships have been built, and opportunities before Guam have never been greater. Your vote will help ensure we continue moving forward together. I humbly ask for your support and your vote. Let's keep building a stronger future for Guam. I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Close your eyes and open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available from $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Region High School and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo! We'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
My name is Erica. My son Kaysen is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kaysen got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kaysen is still here.
Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
Open your hearts and clear out your closets. We're exploring the inspiring everyday history behind a movement dedicated to pure generosity. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 15th.
National Give Something Away Day sounds like the kind of event dreamed up by a multi-million-dollar corporation trying to clear out old warehouse inventory. But the celebration didn't come from a boardroom or an act of Congress. Instead, it was launched back in 2015 by a passionate independent giver named Linda Eaton Hall Fulcher. Her holiday challenges everyday citizens to share their daily blessings with someone else. It's a global reminder that true wealth is measured by what we share with our communities rather than what we accumulate inside our homes. It turns out that a nationwide wave of kindness didn't require a massive marketing budget. It just took one person sitting in her living room with a great idea.
I love this day because you know what? We have so much stuff in our house we should give away.
What are we going to start with?
I don't know.
One of the freezers?
No. We're going to start with the other stuff. Food's still important to me. We are also celebrating National Gummy Worm Day and National I Love Horses Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. a highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Stay informed, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out.
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
Come on. Good love. That's what I'm drinking.
Hey. The man says good love, and we're bringing it to you, hand-delivered right through the radio. That doesn't even make sense, but you know what I mean. We're right here bringing the love. Is it a Wednesday already?
It is a Wednesday, Patty.
Okay,
Good morning,
middle of the
Guam.
week.
Good morning, everyone.
People call it the hump day.
Yes, ma'am.
It's getting over the hump. I say you're just as close to Monday as you are to Friday.
Got you.
So just, bear with it. Bear with it. And, I mean, not that we're all trying to get to Friday, right?
Right on.
You know, I had a guy who used to work with a very wise old gentleman. He was in his 80s. I think he was 82. His name was J. Akuhed Papule, and he was the #1 radio talk show or radio host in Hawaii. And across the country, he also had stats that showed how popular he was. And he did mornings on K59, and I was doing the swing shift in the news department. And every once in a while, our paths crossed, and he would say to me things like, well, one time one realized that he said, "You never say TGIF. Don't ever say TGIF." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because you're never supposed to be thanking God that it's at the end of your work week. Something you have to appreciate. It's something along the lines that you got to appreciate every single day.
For sure.
You have to thank him for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in your work week because, one of these days you're not even going to have that Friday." I'm like, okay. There's a lot of things he said, but that one kind of stuck with me.
sure.
I felt kind of guilty because people were. I was among the working crew, and Fridays were. And hey, listen, I still
Everyone's week is
am
different,
grateful that it's Friday. I'm grateful that it's Wednesday, but I'm also grateful that it's Friday when you're coming up on a great a weekend ahead. And we certainly are looking forward to all sorts of things that the summer has to offer us. At 20 minutes after 6 o'clock, that's Dice on the other side. I'm digging your shirt,
How
man.
you doing? Good morning,
I'm
Patty.
feeling
Thank you.
the
I
shirt.
appreciate
It's not.
it.
You look good. You look.
Thank
What
you.
is that?
I appreciate it. Under Armour.
Okay.
Yeah,
See, she walks. She's a walking ad. If you guys want to sponsor Dice.
I'm not doing that. Yeah.
Dice is rocking the clothes,
Good morning.
man.
Good
I
morning,
just
everyone.
everywhere. It's a good thing that you have no children.
I don't like you, Patty. I can't stand
No, the
you.
reason is because you can afford stuff like that. I mean, your fit is always like, wow, how much you spend
Well,
on
I
that.
could get more if the governor would have lied and said that we were still struggling. Could have got more. Could have got some shoe and Macy's money.
Somebody's saying that their struggle is real and they're taking it to heart. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
to get
feeling
more.
it. I feel it. No, I feel you.
All right, I got to give her let me slide this paper. Read this word for
Yeah,
word. Read this. I got you. They'll never know.
Oh man,
Hey, yes, definitely. So it's a great Wednesday.
it is a good one today.
Hey, had dinner last night.
Oh.
I just want to recognize
yeah,
our
yeah.
friends over at Taste at the Westin. So they did.
Yum.
Yeah, so we had dinner
It's
last
been
night.
so long since
It's
I've
been
been
a minute.
there.
It has
Talk
been.
to me
And
about it.
It was really nice to go through there. The staff is just so friendly.
friendly. I got to
Sure.
give it to the staff. And the sweets, you know what? I didn't touch a lot of it last night because the
no,
sweets
that's the
were just
best part,
sweets
they
are my
say.
jam, dude. You know what I mean? I kind of was ashamed a little bit, so we're like, you know what? Just take it home. I was like, dude, we can't pollute it.
Oh, yeah.
It's
You
a
can't
buffet.
pollute it from a buffet.
It's a buffet, dog.
And then talk about it the next morning.
It is.
So what
you know
did you?
what I mean?
What were the foods
Well, there was
that
a
were on
lot
the
of-
table?
Well, there was a lot of early voting going on for those that haven't started yet. There is early voting going on, so it kind of stemmed from that, and then it was like a meet after everyone was
look
done
at you.
after working hours. So we kind of went back when all of the the ruckus
yeah.
kind of calmed down a little bit. But it was I really enjoyed myself. I took a couple of selfies in there. I was like,
Oh,
okay,
no, where did I
let's
miss
just
that?
pretend that this is my bathroom.
Oh, okay, I'm down for that. I'm down for that.
This is my living room. I mean, it was a great time. So a couple of laughs. So thank you going out to our friends over at the Westin. So
I love it.
I appreciate them. So that
I
was a
love
lot of
it.
fun. That was nice. So we enjoyed that last night. Again, it is also back to school. So orientations are kicking in, everyone.
Are
Get
they?
ready. Uniforms orientation begins next week for a lot of the public schools. So a lot of them are gearing up for that. I did see a lot of them at the mall yesterday. A couple of friends at Twinkle. So yes, guys, it's that time of the year. So uniforms and all that greatness. I know all the parents dread this because, kids are always excited to wake up in the summertime. However, when it's back to school, they forget how to wake up in the morning.
You sure do.
Yeah,
you sure do. And I'm here to tell you that it doesn't get easier.
They don't.
My alarm
Kids don't wake up.
My alarm goes off at 3:45.
Gotcha,
I
yeah,
am
for
a
sure.
66-year-old woman, soon to be 67.
Hey, man,
You don't
kids are
wake up
waking up.
late anymore at my
They're not.
age.
They're
You know what I
not.
mean?
It's
And
gonna be
so, so I don't know what happened to me.
It's going to be exciting.
But I go, I said, God, I feel so rested, and it's so early. Why wouldn't I? And I look at my
Cheer up,
phone,
guys.
and my phone was just on snooze. I don't know if it was in snooze,
Okay, for
but it was
sure.
in a constant reminder state. It was
Yo.
5:15.
Look, I feel
I
you.
literally woke up an hour ago. I was
all
like
good.
5:15,
all
and
good.
I got to make my bed. I got to get the coffee going. I
Yes.
got to wash my face and brush my teeth.
Get things rolling. Get things rolling.
So at 6:06, I'm like, Dice knows. I'm not even going to text
It's
her.
all right. It's good.
I'm
It's
going to
good.
text her. I'm going to text her. I just
I
kind of.
do
But
wing it.
you know,
Yeah, write it out.
It's
I'll write it
harder.
out.
It's a lot. It is hard for these kids to have to do.
It is.
What's the way that you can ease your kids into the morning? Like, do you have like dress rehearsal for
Right.
getting up in the?
Got to get back into that wake up in the morning back to school routine.
Maybe
That's-
they have to
that's
start
kinda
weaning them into
Yes.
going to bed at 8 at
cute.
night,
It's
if that's
cute.
the case, right? Or weaning them to get up earlier.
That is true. I think the toddlers are probably the most
Oh.
excited. You know what I mean? It's like first day of school
New
for the
book
little
bag.
guys. Yeah. And then, they got the backpacks bigger than themselves. It's like, look, that is a very large Paw Patrol bag.
They're walking like this because,
Yeah, dude, it
because it's
is.
so heavy.
It is
That's
so
the most
heavy.
adorable
It's cute.
thing.
It's banging on their ankles. It's like they didn't have a backpack their size.
Banging on their ankles.
It's just so cute.
funny.
It is so cute. I love it.
What
Yeah,
do they
so-
need, though, for
I don't-
crying out loud? What are you
man.
putting in that darn thing? It's not like they got books or folders or
That's what
anything.
I'm saying. Like you took 5 naps today.
Yeah.
It's like, what did you do at school today? 5 naps, filled in a couple of triangles. It's like, come on.
What a
now.
day.
What a day it was.
And then you're hauling this backpack that
Yes.
has nothing in
And
it.
nothing is in it, so
Oh,
it's
that's
always a lot
so
of fun. So
funny.
we're excited for that. And then you got the beelines of traffic, so get ready for that. There's always someone
That's
that
a
ain't gonna-
rude awakening,
It
is sitting back in the car and getting. But the thing about the first day
Yes.
of school, the first week of school,
so much fun. We're
It's
all
so much fun
excited.
for them
It's gonna be
because they know
exciting.
that they're seeing their friends. They're
Yes,
getting.
it
It's a
is.
new. It's not necessarily a new surrounding if you're going back to the same campus, but it's seeing your friends and who's in your classroom and. I hoping you have a good teacher.
It is pulling the parents away from the class, just like
Oh,
you can
tearing
leave
them
now.
away,
ma'am.
No,
you
no,
can
no.
go. They
That
got
is
this.
that's the kid standing there,
Ma'am,
and you
they
can't.
got this.
You have to
can
peel
leave.
the kid off the mom.
It
Dude, that's a
It
painful
is.
sight to
Or
see.
peel the mom off the kid. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's
there's
like,
that. I saw.
My son is going to school. He's going to be fine. He'll be fine. You can go home.
You know what? I know. You know what? You know what? From here I am. From my perspective, I never dropped my kids off at the first day of school because my butt was always here.
Right on.
I didn't go to the first day of school for any of my
Due
children.
diligence. Absolutely.
I never even took off to take them to the first day of school. I dreaded the first day of school. So the dad had to go take the kids to school, and there's a different thing when he's dropping them off because the maternal emotional factor is not there.
Sure,
for him it was a task.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Like I
Sometimes
just check this off, drop the kids off at school. No emotion attached, and then they're not gonna act up like that in front of him because they don't get that same thing. And it's not a bad thing. I mean, these are people have roles. Women, and men have different ideas about stuff. So I'm not criticizing them at all. But I just remember, I remember when I was thinking about it the first time. I think it was that Sean was going to school. What it represents, a mother is going to look forward. Like this is a 10-15 minute ordeal of having to detach.
That's right.
That's representative of them going somewhere every day for the rest of their lives. And for the next 12 years.
Growing.
Every day.
Growing.
5 days a week, they're going to be doing that.
Indeed.
And leaving you and detaching. So it's not even really the first day of school. It's like they're no longer dependent only on you all day.
So cute.
Sorry, I'm making mothers cry right now. I apologize.
I know,
but
right? I'm like, oh, it is. And then you got all the moms with like 8 kids, and the house is so quiet. It's like, what do we do now? It's like, ooh, wine for breakfast.
She's drinking.
It's like Chardonnay
like,
for
where's
breakfast?
that Jameson that we were playing with last year? I want a little taste of
And
that.
then they're just sitting there pretending to be adulting. It's like all the kids are at school.
So true.
It's exciting. It's going to be an exciting school year. So yes,
Yeah, I think that
orientations are.
And if you got a mother and she's got 8 kids, she's happy those kids are gone.
She's like, they're all gone.
They're all gone.
I got the whole house.
She's looking forward to this.
How did we do this?
I'll
Great
tell you
job.
what's harder.
Excellent job,
what's
guys.
harder for the kid isn't necessarily the detachment when they go and they have to be in the surroundings they've never seen before.
Right on.
Have you seen the TikTok videos of the kids when the parents come to pick them up and they don't know the parent is there? They're outside the window. The kid's like bebopping, doing his own thing because he's in the and then he sees his mom and he has a full meltdown. He sees his mom and he's like boo-hooing all the way, trying to get to her. No, he's crying because he thinks that he was abandoned.
That's so cute.
The kids think that their parents dropped them off and left them there. So when they see them again,
you ditched me.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, you didn't leave me forever.
Ditched me the whole day. I love that. That's cute. That's cute.
I would love to be. I would love to be able. We can't do nobody wants to hear a live video from. I mean, a live show from an elementary school. But I would really like to be witness to the first day of school again, like that. I just want to see.
It's cute.
It's cute.
It's so cute.
I need I need a good love in the morning to see what that looks like.
You drop them off. They got the barrettes. You pick them up. They look like Typhoon. It's like, what happened? It was 3 hours. What went down in 3 hours? What happened to the barrettes? What's going on?
And where did that dirt come from? You're inside.
It's like, what did you do?
They don't even take you outside until third grade. Why are you dirty?
I absolutely love it. I do.
That's so funny. That's so true.
Orientations kick in, and you can always spot the parents that didn't go to orientation because they are not doing it right.
They're lost.
Like, ma'am, you are not following the algorithm of traffic. We go this way.
Oh, they're going out the other way.
That way.
Yes.
You know,
yeah.
It's like, ma'am, excuse me, you can't
So
cut
true.
the line. Stop cutting the line.
So true.
It's cute, so we're excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough thing, but you guys could get through it. It happens every year.
Yes, ma'am.
Every
Yes, ma'am.
year it happens. So
It's
we're
gonna be a
happy.
Great school year. Great
yeah.
school year.
So so the legislature apparently we've been advertising about this UOG forum that they were going to have tonight. It was supposed to be at the University of Guam, and it was the wave was basically just going to be broadcasting it. I think is our thing. We had no involvement in the actual function of it, but we've been advertising about it. Well, it's getting hot and heavy over at the legislature, and so they're saying we're not going to be able to pull this off tonight because all of the subjects for this forum are all going to be in the legislature. So there was a gubernatorial event that was scheduled for today at the University of Guam, and now they have canceled it because there are so many people the gubernatorial teams are apparently not available.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah,
All right.
so
okay.
that would have been that's unfortunate because it would have been wonderful to be able to compare. Everybody's kind of looking forward to, some kind of debate, but it was gubernatorial. Everything is canceled because the ongoing budget session and unavailability of multiple gubernatorial teams. It's the UOG College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences with the Free Association Task Force. And they were going to host Beyond the Status Quo. It was a gubernatorial debate featuring 4 candidate teams vying for the offices of governor and lieutenant governor. The 4 candidates were going to be, of course, Blas Okada, Terlahi Perez, Tenorio Barnes, and St. Augustine St. Nicholas, and the Vice Speaker, Tony Atta, and E.J. Calvo didn't confirm that they would participate, so they only had the 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. It would have consisted of 2 parts, the first featuring the candidates for governor, the second featuring the candidates for lieutenant governor. Each part would have included questions designed to encourage dialogue on critical issues, and the critical issues are cost of living and housing, security, healthcare, economy, environment and land, education, military affairs and the buildup, youth opportunities, public safety, and self-government. They were going to be asked to connect their policy positions to the political status and ongoing decolonization, self-determination efforts. And according to Nolan Flores of the Free Association Task Force, he said this debate was an opportunity for voters to hear directly from candidates about what they envision for Guam's future. By centering our debate on the ongoing community conversations surrounding decolonization, candidates will address not only their policy plans, but also how those policies connect to Guam's unique historical and political context. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, and I was really kind of looking forward to that event, and we were going to be a part of it in the way of just the logistics of getting it to the people. So I don't know why Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo didn't respond, or they didn't confirm their attendance, but either way, it's not happening. It's not happening anyway, but there might be plenty more of those to come. Legislature hot and heavy. They've been doing this for a few days. If you were in it and watching it, then you probably were sticking with it. But I couldn't stick with it to the bitter end. But some fine points that were pulled out. We get Paulie's perspective on that because I know he's always a very avid consumer of legislative action. So we're going to be talking to him because it is Wednesday. That's ahead here on Mornings with Patti. Be right back.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all recent high school and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo! We'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They got $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
AP News, I'm Haya Pinzwani. President Trump says he heard from Mideast leaders after announcing the Strait of Hormuz toll plan yesterday.
Kings and emirs and all of the people that we all know and we all love, and they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars.
That was during a meeting with Iraqi Prime Minister Ali al-Zaidi. Supreme Court justices have used a rare appearance before lawmakers to ask for more security money. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani.
In a House hearing room, it was the first congressional testimony by justices in 7 years. Elena Kagan told lawmakers threats against the High Court have been rising since a draft opinion overturning Roe v. Wade leaked 4 years ago.
For some of us, those threats have come very close. And all of us live with the knowledge that they may again materialize.
Amy Coney Barrett says her security made her wear a bulletproof vest home around that time, raising questions from her 12-year-old son.
I didn't expect that performing this service was going to put me in the position of explaining to my children what a bulletproof vest was and why I had to wear one.
The High Court's asking for about $15 million to boost the justices' personal protection details. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
E. Jean Carroll has collected the money owed in the 2023 Trump sex abuse and defamation case. AP's Lisa Dwyer.
E. Jean Carroll has been paid over $5.6 million that a jury awarded, plus interest. The U.S. Supreme Court recently upheld the verdict against Trump, paving the way for the release of the money held in escrow since the 2023 verdict, when the jury found that Trump sexually abused Carroll in 1996, then defamed her after she spoke out in 2019.
This is AP News. Foreign troops, including Ukrainians, join a Bastille Day parade in Paris.
Troops and warplanes from around Europe joined Tuesday's Bastille Day parade through Paris in a showcase of support for Ukraine and a symbolic flexing of European military muscle. On President Emmanuel Macron's last Bastille as president, he hosted around 30 other leaders for an event that appeared aimed at showing both Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump that Europe's united and stepping up to defend itself. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was given an ovation from the assembled European leaders as he arrived, and his country's troops got the biggest cheers of the day from crowds on the tree-lined Champs-Élysées Avenue. France's biggest national holiday is coinciding with raging forest fires and a red alert heatwave. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
I'm Haya Panjwani, AP News.
Open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available from $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com.
All right, friends, half a day, everyone. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now for your first look at your traffic report. It's 36 minutes after 6 o'clock this morning, streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Our studio lines are always open. You're more than welcome to give us a call at 671-922-1051 or 1052. Let's take a look at your traffic for this morning. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. You can schedule a test drive. All you got to do is give us a call at 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website if you go to guamautospot.com. It looks like traffic is light getting around the southern end of the island. We have no delays getting around Humatec, Malesu, and Alahan, Malolo, Talafofo, or Windward Hills, as well as our friends around Chalanpago, Ordot, and Sinahanya. That's going to be along Route 4. For our friends up and around PD, Asan, we're looking at Anigua this morning. Hagatnya traffic is also light. Mongbong, Totu, Mighty, that's going to be along Route 8 this morning. We're getting around Tamuni. It looks like you're going to have a nice and smooth drive through there. Upper Tumon traffic is just as light, as well as our friends in Dedido are getting around Jigo this morning. We just want to remind everyone to please watch your speed limit. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Allow some braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM, and your traffic report is all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Duenas passed the Malig Act to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing through the additional dwelling unit and advanced nitrate bills. And now he is authoring his second balanced budget that protect essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Duenas. He's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Duenas, and I approve this message.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Half Day Guam, over the last 2 years, we have built strong relationships, opened new doors, and created real opportunities for our island. Those partnerships continue to grow stronger, and together, we are making meaningful progress for Guam. Early voting for 2026 primary elections begins July 9th and runs through July 25th. at the Westin Resort. Tuesdays through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now is not the time to lose momentum. The foundation has been laid. The relationships have been built, and opportunities before Guam have never been greater. Your vote will help ensure we continue moving forward together. I humbly ask for your support and your vote. Let's keep building a stronger future for Guam. I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Bank Pacific has a $100 gift for all Reason High School and college graduates.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it?
Open a checking account with Bank Pacific, show us you just graduated, and bingo, we'll deposit an additional $100 into your account.
What about a Visa debit card?
Yep, Visa debit card, online and mobile banking, remote deposit capture, the works.
What about for existing customers who just graduated?
They get $100 too.
Great, count me in.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Conditions apply, member FDIC.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
$6:42 now. Here we go on a Wednesday morning. If you're following the budget, a couple days ago we were talking to the governor, and she said if it doesn't have at least three things, at least the very least three things: DOC modernization plan, Simon Sanchez High School, and matching funds or picking up the funds that are not matching for Medicaid, she's vetoing the bill. She reiterated that before the legislature yesterday, which kind of puts them in a position to have a veto-proof vote on this budget. I don't know how close they are to doing it, but they only have a few more days considering they want to get this budget churned out by the 17th. They've got 2 days. Paulie Suba joins us on the line for his perspective. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, Paulie?
I don't know why they don't need 2 more days. They just put that kind of pressure on themselves.
Well, yeah, this is true. I mean, the pressure is on everybody too, right? I mean, it's an election year and they're performing. Right now, this is the job evaluation of all time. It is how they perform in the legislature, right? Theatrics and all. But yeah, I mean, it's self-imposed is what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh, because you still have all of August and you still have all of September, right? I mean, you got to get this budget passed before September 30.
Yeah.
And you still have time to go back and forth. The governor will more than likely veto it. But if you look at who she vetoed it 2 years ago or last year.
Yeah, last year.
And Joe San Augustine and Tina Rose Munoz Barnes voted in favor of the bill, and they overrode her veto.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you do have those numbers. You can look at least Senator Joe San Augustine, who isn't as combative. I didn't even see Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes be as combative with what is happening in the budget right now. So, I mean, if you're looking for a 10th person, I'm looking at Joe San Augustine.
Okay. Well, I you know what? I haven't even gotten to the metrics yet, but yeah, I imagine that makes sense. It's when you're looking at what's happening, I haven't been following it maybe as closely as you have because budgets. I have to drop in on them. I can't necessarily plan my day. I mean, it's sausage.
Sure,
making.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, who can?
Yeah.
Who can, right? I mean, you got to listen for hours every day, including the weekend.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And again, they did that to themselves.
Yeah. Well, what's their takeaway so far? I mean, like I said, over the weekend, there was a lot of theatrics. There was some drama, the back and forth. When you read the headlines, it's like a passionate expression. I mean, they use all of the adjectives to show what the emotion is. But, are they in the next couple of days going to really strap down and actually churn out a budget? Do you think that it's possible?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're pushing forward, right? I mean, they got the numbers. Senator Teresa Lai a number of times is asking to introduce a number of amendments, but they're being rolled out of order. She's concerned that she's brought it up many times, including Senator Telo, which is a Republican, right, that you can look at to maybe you don't have 9 Republicans that would vote in favor of the bill, right? I mean, because just like I would look at Senator Joe St. Augustine to possibly vote in favor of for the same reasons he did last time. He doesn't want the government to close, right? And so he felt that his amendments last time were in place, and he voted with the Republicans. Same with Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes last time. Senator Tello Tideway this time could say, no, there was not enough being done. Every time they were trying to include certain amendments, they were being rejected by the whole. Yeah. And so she might stand fast. She might hold back as well with senators like Sabina and Therese and Barnett and Parkinson, and not vote in favor of this bill because they're not what Senator Therese Jalali was saying is Senator Chris Duenas continues to make up the rules as he goes.
Yeah, there is that. You can certainly feel it. And I mean, Chris Barnett was on the air the other day, and he was saying, listen, I want to be able to keep the BPT where it is, and then use that money to, for a bailout, relief plan for every
$1,000 grant. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that, that didn't take long to turn down. The point also, Lester Carlson's observations the other day, which is pretty standard, is that you have these Republican senators that are in charge of these oversight committees or have oversight of these committees. When these agencies that they have oversight of are short in their budget, that's a reflection of them. And when everybody's running for office, you're going to have to make sure that you're on the right side of the agencies who are depending on you to push their agenda in front of the legislature. So the whole party loyalty thing comes into question. Are we just going to unify this as Republicans and push through this vote? Or, am I going to take the fall for the agencies that I didn't fight for? And that's a pretty tough place to be. But that's a budget. Every year they go through the same thing.
Sure, yeah. And so, I mean, there was a matter of disagreement on whether or not these agencies were satisfied with the budget that they were given.
Right.
Because Steve Guerrero would say, we've talked to their finance director, and they said that they're willing to live within their means. They're okay with this budget. And then, for example, public health, did you speak to her? Did you speak to the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center director recently? Because they're saying otherwise, right? And so they're requesting that these directors come in so they can hear from them, however, that's not happening.
Yeah.
And in the past it has. It's just a matter of the Committee on Finance, if he's willing to allow that. This time they're not going to allow that. They did early on with BBMR and DOA, but after that, they're not bringing in the fire department. They're not bringing in GPD. They're not bringing in public health. And so I think that works in the favor of the Republicans, because if you bring in the director of public health and she says that some of these programs on the record in front of all of us and the public to hear that these programs are at risk of being unfunded and then no longer being provided to this community, same with Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, more pressure will be on the Republicans to actually provide funding for these programs.
Yeah.
And so that's why. I mean, Senator Chris Duenas can come on and say otherwise, but that's the way I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it as you're not bringing them in because you don't want them on record right now to say this. So, I mean, if Senator Chris Barnett is saying this, Senator Tello Tideway is saying this, Senator Therese Jalali is saying it, that's one thing. But when the Director of Public Health and the Director of Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center is saying it, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah. Absolutely. That great perspective, Paulie. Now, moving along, aside from what's happening with the budget, I wanted to sort of get your take. We're over a week out in the type, a week and a half. Was it just not last weekend? Okay, so a week and a half out of. Am I right? Am I wrong? From Typhoon
It-
Bobby. When did that happen?
I have to think about how many days did I sleep without power.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
8 days.
Yeah. So,
and 2 days I slept with power. So
yeah.
10 days.
But you were here. You were here though, weren't you? You're most of the time
Yeah.
you had power. You were here. So it's been over. Obviously over a week, nearly 2 weeks now, coming up on the 2 week mark for the typhoon. And I don't know how you feel about the communication during that time. I think everybody's sort of assessing their own behaviors during the time. I think I'm getting a lot of people that are really coming down on GPA. I'm not sure if you're getting that same perspective.
Oh, yeah, but that was the same thing with Senlaku, too, and I just think that that's just not...
Par for the course, or is it?
It's not rational thinking. I think it's a little selfish, to be honest with you. People, even some members of my own family will be like, I'm looking at the power lines. There's nothing wrong with our power lines. Why is my power not on 2 days after a typhoon?
Yeah. And like I told Riley when we were sort of not laughing with him or laughing at him when he said, Nana, this is a kid who grew up in the States. It's like the power never went out. And he said, Nana, when's the power going to go on? We were like a day in. We all started laughing. I go, boy, we're not laughing at you. It's one of life's mysteries. So if you live in Guam, it's a life mystery. You just roll with it. I mean, and he did because he understood.
Yeah.
He did. But people, you're right that people are still in these pockets that don't have power, and they're grumbling about it. They brought in these bucket trucks, and that's the thing. That's the big news, right? Because they've arrived on Guam. It was a 15-hour journey.
Night.
So. The response that I'm getting come from some of the usual suspects who say things like, why didn't the military transport them on cargo planes? Why did we have to expend all of this time to get them across the ocean? The military should have stepped up. True enough. That person might not have had power, and they were probably wondering why why these trucks are taking so long.
Sure. The military has their own mission too. I mean, I think we've asked a number of times. I think Carlotta asked also for a mission to bring medical supplies to Rhoda before the storm, and unfortunately, they were unable to.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have to you can ask, but they have their missions as well, and sometimes they're able to accommodate, and sometimes they're not.
Yeah. And I mean, that's kind of the answer to it because we can't control the movements of the military.
Right.
They whenever something happens outside that plan, all of this stuff that the military does is already on paper, approved, stamped, and ready to roll. That's just how the military operates. But if we're talking about the emotional factor of, everybody's having a hard time, will the military step up? Well, they do when the times are tough.
We've seen them.
We have seen them. We have seen them put up medic tents and triage tents at the GMH during COVID. I mean, they do what they overall. What's great, for the community. I just think there's too much bashing going on, even
if they just say it out loud, are you saying you didn't want? For those that have been bashing GPA and the decision that they made to send those trucks to our brothers and sisters in the NMI, say that out loud.
Yeah.
Was it the right thing to do to send the trucks and the crew? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just unfortunate that Bobby's not letting us know. Super typhoons are not scheduling when they're going to get here.
Well, you know what? It's every typhoon. It's every typhoon, and I think that people think that recovery on Guam is supposed to happen because the technology is better. GPA admittedly is saying we're never going to get the power back on in lickety-split time if we don't have underground power lines. And so the other day, when asking the governor, is this like a pie-in-the-sky request that we're always talking about because of the military buildup, or are you really are you saying out loud, if you guys want to be here and we're going to use all together this power source, you want to put this stuff online? It's going to cost $6 billion, and as part of the military buildup, could you make that happen? And she said, those words are coming out of their mouths at that level. So,
including John Beneventi.
Yeah, including John Beneventi.
Has gone,
Well,
Yeah.
Simon Sanchez gave us the hard stats because he's of the shock value of all of this. He said if we were going to invest in this and we were paying for it, everybody's power bill would be plus
Yes,
500.
absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm all for the next generation after my lifetime, probably after my own kids' lifetime, that if that they should get underground power. Absolutely. But right now, me and my kids are not going to be paying $800 power bills, $1,500 power bills. So 50 years from now, 100 years from now, we can have underground power.
Yeah. 100 years from now. Well, better start prepping for it. I don't know.
Apparently, I mean, if the ratepayers are going to have to, the power bill is going to have to go up now to prepare for that capital improvement, especially when it's $6 billion. 7, I think, was the new number, closer to 7.
Yeah, it was closer to 7. It does increase,
right,
depending on who's saying it. But we're
that conversation, that strong pressure to the federal government to have them pay that. I mean, my goodness, it costs almost the same amount of money to buy the Seattle Seahawks, who is the champions of the Super Bowl. Somebody bought that team in a second.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the federal government can foot this bill.
No question about it. It's just it's using the right jargon, and who are we talking to? I was pointing out, and I'm probably sure he hates it when I point this out, is when they had that one natural resources committee meeting, and I believe it was that or Senate Energy. I don't remember what meeting that it was. It must have been a House one, obviously, because Moylan had a moment to question Pete Hegseth. Remember that one? And he asked him, he said he erroneously told him that we borrowed, we rent power from the Navy, and that, nuclear power could be a thing. And that's when Hegseth said, well, I mean, if it's in there and they're going to use it, there was no plan. There was like an agreement that, hey, well, if it's in the plan, then I guess we're going to do it. That's not a solid commitment from any position within that administration to be able to confirm or even deny that, that we can look forward to something like that. But I think at the other levels of the military making the push from the ground, PACOM is also making that push, and clearly we've got some friends in the Senate who are also looking at that. So, maybe it'll happen sooner than 100 years. At least we're hoping so.
Well, if it's micronuclear reactors, right? There's nobody talking about micronuclear reactors to generate GPA. Maybe the defense system.
Right.
But if we're talking about quality of life, what good is quality of life and improving the grid with micronuclear reactors when people will always be extremely concerned about the destruction of these nuclear reactors?
Right.
So you're not going to improve quality of life when you have that kind of mental instability for a whole community.
Absolutely. I agree. Polly, it's always good to hear how you're feeling about stuff.
All right.
We rely on you to get through the sausage making because I don't have time. I mean, I got nails to do. No, I'm just joking.
No worries.
I appreciate
no
this.
Worries. When you're sitting around doing boring work, you don't mind listening to all of that serious conversation in the background.
That's so true. Thanks so much. Polly, have a wonderful day. We'll talk to you soon. That's Polly Suba. He runs the show around here, and he runs his own show every afternoon from 2 until 6. If you didn't know, what are you doing? What are you doing? You catch him this afternoon doing his thing. Right now, we're going to go ahead and do the AP thing. That's ahead here with all the latest national news. And, of course, local traffic and our weather coming up as well. It's 7 o'clock. KGUM-FM and Dedi Do Guam.
AP News, I'm Haya Pinjwani. The Trump administration has ordered ICE to suspend most vehicle stops after 2 deadly shootings. That's according to an AP source. At a protest rally outside an ICE facility in Scarborough, Maine, Todd Shredian says people are sad and outraged after the most recent fatal shooting.
Yesterday morning, they executed Johann Sebastian Guerrero in the streets of Biddeford in front of his 3-year-old daughter. We knew that was going to happen, but it doesn't change the fact that it breaks our hearts that we are here today in solidarity with with the Guerrero family to say you are not alone. But we're also here to say it must be the last person in Maine that ICE kills.
President Trump is already backing off on a plan to charge a toll on ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani.
Yesterday, the president laid out a 20% toll, saying it was in exchange for the U.S. making transit safe.
We are going to be reimbursed for protection.
But he scrapped that idea after hearing from Mideast leaders.
And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars.
The president says he actually likes this better.
Because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait.
Meantime, more U.S. strikes on Iran and Iranian attacks on shipping and American allies have left an interim peace deal in tatters. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
At a news conference, Representative Ted Lieu, vice chair of the House Democratic Caucus, says Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche should face scrutiny, not least for the IRS lawsuit where he had the Department of Justice acting as President Trump's personal attorneys.
A federal judge said that the Trump administration basically sued itself and engaged in collusion, and that this whole scheme was concocted by Department of Justice.
This is AP News. Florida is set to execute its oldest inmate in modern history. AP's Mike Hempen.
Florida is set to execute a 74-year-old man, its oldest inmate in over a century. Dennis Socher is scheduled to receive a lethal injection this evening for the January 1st, 1982 killing of a woman he met at a New Year's Eve party. He would be the oldest Florida inmate executed in modern times, at least for now. Socher would be a week older than Dusty Ray Spencer, who was executed June 25th. But later this month, Florida is set to execute an 80-year-old prisoner who would be the state's first octogenarian to receive the death penalty. Florida has already carried out 9 executions this year, more than every other state combined. I'm Mike Hempen.
Stocks are holding steadier today after a report showed U.S. inflation was not as bad last month as economists expected. More on apnews.com. I'm Haya Panjwani, AP News.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Guam, this is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service. We'll be staying at the low end of scattered showers today again. Southwest winds will maintain the possibility of showers ramping back up though. Seas will remain around 6 to 8 feet, mostly southwest swell. This will produce a moderate risk of rip currents along south and west facing reefs. The tropical disturbance to our west has dissipated and is now just a trough. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Alrighty, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here. This is the Wave 105 FM. We got about 4 minutes after 7 o'clock, streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new Mazda CX-5 is here. From $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers, that is Triple J Mazda. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 671-483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details. Alrighty, friends, welcome back. Let's go ahead and do some traffic for you right now. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or check out our inventory, guys. Visit our website. That is GuamAutospot.com. All right, let's see what we got brewing up on the streets of Guam. Coming around Gigo this morning, around the main gate of Anderson Air Force Base, you're going to find an even flow of northbound traffic. Up and around Machinao, getting around Agafagumas this morning, Santa Bernadita, it looks like traffic is light, moving nicely along Camp Blas this morning. That's going to be along Route 3. A little delay up and around Astumbo this morning, so just a heads up on that side. As well as GRMC, that's going to be the Guam Regional Medical City. An even flow of north as well as southbound traffic flowing in from Gigo as well as Dedido, coming along Majechi Road, Bello Road. It looks like traffic is light on that side. Route 16, it's nice and clear, as well as our friends up and around Tejan or Route 1 getting around Tamuning this morning. Hagatnya traffic is beginning to pick up, as well as our friends on the southern end getting around Mangilau or Chalanpago, as well as Tonya this morning. It looks like traffic is also picking up on that side. Let's continue to watch our speed limit this morning. It is absolutely imperative that we allow braking distance. We got to let these cars breathe, okay, Guam? Let's scoot back and give each other some braking distance. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster and car seats. We are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot. Again, guys, just schedule a test drive at 478-AUTO or check out our inventory. It's on our website if you go to GuamAutospot.com.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing is bringing the shine this July with our Liberation Detailing Specials, starting at $110. From Gigo to Malesu, we got you covered. Call 647-SLAM or WhatsApp 483-7522. Viva Guam!
Introducing the all-new Subway Wraps. Now you can make any footlong a wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here.
Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence, right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh wait, that's me. Reflection so on fleek. I'm it, that's all I need. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Top check, I'm good, I'm golden. I got that groove unfolding. Hot beat so smooth, I'm rolling. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I got no stress. Sunshine in my pocket. Good mood's what I'm rocking. I'm feeling like
Ooh, 7 7:14 in the morning. Welcome to the program. It's nice to have you along. We're going to entertain, well, actually maybe be entertained. I doubt it though. Alex Gale is part of a group of the Harvard chorale that is coming around, is on tour, and they've come to Guam, and he's from Guam. And he's going to join us in the studio. They had a big concert. I think it was a one night only thing. They had a concert at the Hilton. It's always nice to catch up with these youngins that are doing great things and getting education. And I'm assuming coming back home. We'll talk to him a little bit in the 9 o'clock hour. That's ahead. The budget is front and center for a lot of people. We're all still haggling over the same thing. Clearly, this is almost a duplicate where it comes to BPT and those who are for and against this increase. The ship has sailed when it comes to whether or not there should be a decrease because they've already done so. And they're trying to reduce it back they're trying to reduce the business, cutting the business privilege tax from 4.5 to 4. Is what the governor is standing straight up against, like she did last year, because this will cost about $42.5 million in revenues from this shortfall. That's an age-old problem. We've been having this BPT fight, not as serious as it has been last year and this year, but definitely since Governor Eddie Calvo in his administration imposed this increase in the BPT to respond to the Trump tax cuts. And since those, there was a sunset of like September of that year to be able to revert it back to its original spot. But the raising of that BPT was to help Guam get additional revenues to support itself. And so over the years, the Republicans, along with the Chamber of Commerce, have been working to get somebody to stand with it, and that is to give the businesses a break so that the businesses can redo, what they haven't been able to do since this was imposed on them back in 2017 because it was about that. It was the end of Eddie Calvo's term, so. They've been hell-bent on doing this, and there's been a huge fight between the business world and this government on whether to do it. But Sean Gumatauta worked it through in the last budget hearing, the last budget episode, and so it was decreased. And so now another 0.5% is slated to take effect in October, costing about $42 million in revenues. And that's to match the $40 million that they were short in the fiscal year 2026 when this was first done. And so the governor is very clear that you can't underfund the legislature can't underfund these agencies. And she's saying specifically, because there are already projects in the works, there are already services that are taking place that will be definitely reduced, and things will fall apart. That's her plan. That's her take. And if they don't appropriate the money now, she can't assume that previously appropriated money is going to solve the problem. She's saying. Basically, when you're looking at it politically, she's framing this as a choice. It's either your tax cut versus government services. And so you're whatever side of that you're on, that's what they're haggling over at the legislature. And it's pretty straightforward. It's the two issues are we're going to cut the tax versus you getting all of the services that you need, or stopping all of the plans that we have for things like the DOC modernization plan and the building of Simon Sanchez. It's pretty stark, and it's very straightforward. For Chris Duenas, he's the money guy, his argument definitely looks at government finances much more differently than that. He is essentially saying you're counting projects as unfunded when the money is already sitting there. He's talking about lapses that have money that's been appropriated. For example, Simon Sanchez High School, $16 million was appropriated, and that was a let's get on the stick and make that happen But that money is not in there for fiscal 2027, which is what they're haggling over, and that's the governor's point. You can't simply assume that whatever was appropriated in the past is going to solve whatever problems we're going to have in the future. So he's saying you're counting on projects that has money that's already sitting there, but they haven't been in use. They haven't been in use. So his thing is, it's not the money, and the government keeps hiding behind delays like protests and procurement issues when the problem is execution. They're just not executing what has already been given to them. And so that's where we have a huge difference in how this is all going to go. And whoever else is on the sidelines between the Republicans and the Democrats is deciding which one of these options is the one they're going to stand by. So there was a Department of Corrections. They had about $5 million that remains from the previous year. That's one of the points that Duenas is making. They've got DPW agreed that there would be $2 million, which is sufficient this year for road programs. That was money that was given to the DPW by the administration because we weren't using the $104 million for the hospital because it is expiring in December. So they're trying to dole out as much money as they can to existing projects because it's the only way that you could stash that money use it. Is to put them into projects that are already on paper. Public safety, they got a status quo budget for the Department of, for the Guam Police Department. The hiring, the public safety hiring is a big sticking point because they have a lot of vacant positions because the process is what is killing GPD, places like DOC, places like Customs, but specifically for GPD, they have tons of vacant positions. The problem is that we move too slow in procurement and in hiring. You know, there's a whole process that we cannot seem to keep up with that has stifled the Guam Police Department from not only recruiting people to come in to be police officers, for example, but losing them one after they've done with training because the competition is pretty great. When you're talking about a trained police officer working for the government of Guam for whatever they make compared to the federal government, which outsources a lot of their security, and they have benefits that will be federal benefits, and the pay is always higher, and the job feels like it's more secure, so they split. So we have retention problems as well. And then, of course, the big one was the Medicaid. The administration's projected, I think it was like 29 million or 28 something $million was lost by the federal government. And apparently the administration is projecting that as a loss, but apparently the legislature is kind of they're saying that the assumption is the assumption that we've lost that money isn't necessarily the truth. So, you know, whether the legislature is going to dispute whether or not we have to cough up the money that we lost from the federal government. In other words, Senator Chris Duenas is arguing the problem is execution. The problem is not funding. And he's citing his strongest evidence about this would be Simon Sanchez High School and $16 million that remains legally available. But there's been no new appropriation for 2027, and that's what the administration is fighting. Lester Carlson said, yeah, we got all that money, 16.3, but that doesn't mean the problem will be solved if we don't have money for 2027. Those are not the same thing. And this also applies, it sounds like the same reasoning for DOC, because the 2026 appropriation still remains unspent. It's unobligated and it remains available. And so the governor on her part is making a stronger argument that if previously appropriated funds can't realistically be spent, the money is then legally restricted. Then you're dealing with cost increases because the longer you wait, the more the price goes back up and will require additional appropriations. And then, of course, she's making the point that federal matching requirements will require that we put up our share. Exactly the amount the federal government is putting up, we have to put up our share. So there's a big, huge divide in the philosophy on this, and it's very obvious that you're seeing the two different perspectives. And the argument, I don't know, can be fixed in the next couple of weeks. I mean, the next couple of days. The administration says give them the money at requested level, protect all of these services that the public is used to and needs to have for this government to run, and then just let's hold off on reducing the BPT until we have a revenue base that's much stronger that can cover the difference. And then from the Republican leadership side, you have enough money. We gave you your allowance already. You didn't even spend it. It's still in your piggy bank in your bedroom. What are you doing? Move the money if you have it. And agencies are going to have to spend whatever money that they have in lapsed funds effectively, these appropriations. Otherwise, we're not going to hand out money that you already have. And then, the point about the BPT, which is a Republican stance, you lower the taxes. That meant if you lower the taxes, and it's the argument that they were making on the chamber point, then you stimulate economic growth, and the government is forced to live within their means. I think that's bottom line. That is sort of the Republican way, and how this is going to go will depend on who is in what corner. And if they're lobbying for right now, if they're lobbying for a veto-proof budget, they're going to have some problems, not only with the Democrats not agreeing, but there might be some in the Republican leadership that is resenting the way this budget is being debated right now. The shutdown of any additional amendments to and ideas. This happened with Jesse Lujan yesterday. He wanted to do a $300,000 study that would check GVB. Are they underperforming is what he wanted to know, and whether or not this study, I think it was going to be $300,000, is the best way to address what's happening at GVB. Do we drop $300,000 investment in GVB to find out what's wrong with them? Or, I don't know, do you give them an extra $300,000 to see if they can just keep on doing what they're doing? And he wanted to do this study. And that apparently was voted down. That was not going to be part of the plan. I think that it was heavily debated too. I don't think that people ultimately wanted to spend the money on that, and it isn't necessarily because JVB doesn't need to answer, or their whatever plan that they're using right now apparently to them is not working. There is definitely scrutiny that has to be done, because we're throwing a lot of money at GVB, but we're not getting the returns, and we see that every month. We are not getting the returns that we're putting in. So the real debate is whether actually asking if a $300,000 independent study would actually produce what it is that they're looking for. Too much money, not enough time, and that didn't go anywhere. So every day that we watch this moves closer to this deadline. And like Polly Suba says, this is self-imposed stress. We're doing this not even close to the time when this is due, basically. And they want the term paper to be done before the end of the finals. And that's just too far off for some people. And Chris Duenas is saying we want to get this done as quickly as possible. He thinks that we could, and you could tell that there is a sense of urgency. And I'd imagine if you're going to be watching any session today, T-minus 2 days to get this done. But it's got to be. There's a lot of lobbying going on, because I think this is where you're going to really start seeing the next couple of days where the pressure is on, because it's not uncommon for the governor. She did it last year to veto the budget. And somebody wrote to me early this morning who actually was sitting there. She says, I remember being in session on the budget at 3 a.m. on September 29th. That's the day before the budget is required to be in writing. Being at the session at 3 a.m., so they were really scrambling. This is what they don't want to happen. Everybody who's sitting in the legislature now has a vested interest to get back on the campaign trail. So time is of the essence. We'll see what happens, but I'm going to assume that the next couple of days, if you really want to see some sparks fly, maybe either they're going to get down to business and go through this, or you're going to have a lot of people stepping up to say what's really on their minds. And I'm here for it. It's 7:30 now. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll be right back.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans, 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Top day, everyone. Good morning. Let's go ahead and see how traffic is looking. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now. This will be your second look at your traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive simply by calling 478-AUTO. Or you can also check out our inventory if you go to GuamAutospot.com. All right, friends, let's see what we got brewing up on the streets of Guam. Coming around Tamuning, it looks like traffic is definitely picking up. That's going to be around Jack in the Box in Tamuning, up and around the ITC building. Village of Donkey, we got some north and southbound, as well as our friends getting in and out of Teton this morning. And Mong Mong to Mighty traffic is beginning to build up. East and West O'Brien Drive coming around Hagatna, getting around Sinahanya this morning, or our friends getting around the southern end of the island, hopping on a Route 10. That's going to be in Mangilau this morning. A little delay there up and around Dedido, as well as Gigo this morning. Harmon, north and southbound traffic. Hamburger Road is also building up. Our friends around Kmart, Happy Landing, and Lower Tumon this morning. Again, just a friendly reminder for all of our friends to please keep your eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Also, let's allow some braking distance. It is imperative, guys, that we're not tailgating each other, okay? Let's make sure that our seatbelts are fastened. Remember, folks, seatbelts are sexy. And let's get our kids strapped in the proper booster and car seats. We are moving forward with the traffic report right here on the Wave 105 again. It's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule that test drive at 478-AUTO. Check out our inventory on our website at GuamAutospot.com.
Introducing the all-new Subway Wraps. Now you can make any footlong a wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Hungry and need gas? Mobile's got you covered. Now through July 31st, Mobile Smiles app members can enjoy a free 6-inch Subway sandwich with every minimum fill-up of $30 gas at any Guam mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy summer win. Fuel up, open the app, and enjoy the rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location and register today. Mobile and Subway, a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
Code One Store, your one-stop shop for public safety and everyday gear. Shop trusted brands with tactical pouches, apparel, and footwear. Serving Guam since 1999. Celebrate liberation with our special giveaway happening now. Code One Store. Gear up today.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here.
Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
When Guam is not heard in Washington, our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, in food assistance put at risk, and our Manamco and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they've earned. Mary Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally has a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, #1 on the ballot.
I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
Open your hearts and clear out your closets. We're exploring the inspiring everyday history behind a movement dedicated to pure generosity. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 15th.
National Give Something Away Day sounds like the kind of event dreamed up by a multi-million-dollar corporation trying to clear out old warehouse inventory. But the celebration didn't come from a boardroom or an act of Congress. Instead, it was launched back in 2015 by a passionate independent giver named Linda Eaton Hall Fulcher. Her holiday challenges everyday citizens to share their daily blessings with someone else. It's a global reminder that true wealth is measured by what we share with our communities rather than what we accumulate inside our homes. It turns out that a nationwide wave of kindness didn't require a massive marketing budget. It just took one person sitting in her living room with a great idea.
I love this day because you know what? We have so much stuff in our house we should give away.
What are we going to start with?
I don't know.
One of the freezers?
No. We're going to start with the other stuff. Food's still important to me. We are also celebrating National Gummy Worm Day and National I Love Horses Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price,
Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
It's a staple, I feel. It's a staple. Well, I was remarking to Dice. I was remarking that I feel like this generation of kids that is growing up become more accustomed or exposed to the smell of burning marijuana than they are tobacco smoke.
Got you.
When I was growing up, everybody was smoking.
For sure.
And I think at this age, a lot of people, there's in my little nucleus, we're not exposed to cigarette smoke. Right. But in public, we are definitely exposed to a lot of people smoking weed because it's legal and you can do it. So there are more people that are coming out of the woodworks if they didn't try it before, trying it now, and they've even talked about I don't know what the data shows, but I did hear one time this report about the differences between consuming alcohol and consuming marijuana, and how that has changed rapidly because marijuana is far more affordable than getting drunk every single night or imbibing every single day.
No hangovers.
All of the she'll go down the list.
I'm going to go through the list.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
You won't find us stealing your neighbor's bush cutters because we're too high to do so. I mean, come. There's not a pothead out there
that's going to go
that
steal
is on the familiar Saki list. Okay? We are way too. We're floating.
But besides that, it's affordable.
Yeah,
Are you saying that even some of the lower grade stuff is okay? I mean, affordable? Because when you get up to this effort, you get up to I think you're a standard.
Okay.
I don't know the difference. It's like
that's fine. Yeah,
somebody was saying,
sure.
everybody's always telling me, you just do some weed or do some edibles or something. And I'm like, I don't.
Got you.
It's not that I don't want to. I don't know what I'm getting into.
There's butter for it. You can put it in cookies.
Yeah,
there's different ways to consume
exactly,
it.
and
so many different ways.
But anyway, so the effects, the side effects of smoking are not nearly as cumbersome as waking up with a hangover.
No, we don't. We're done with the hangover generation now. We moved on to the munchies. We're on munchies.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's you in a bucket of Ben and Jerry's. So that's
all right.
That's kind of how
I do remember. I've never been a marijuana smoker. I've just never found any redeeming thing about it. Right. I didn't like the high, and people are telling me there's different strains now. If you do edibles, you can go and get the kind that will. What the feeling is? I'm like, I'm not a downer person. I don't like that feeling. And they're like, oh, well, I got something for that. So it wasn't, it was back in when but I do remember the one time that I'd actually smoked weed. Okay. I can't remember how old I was. And I smoked it and I ate a chocolate chip cookie and I thought I lost my head. I was like, this is the best.
Wow.
It really heightened my sense of taste.
It will.
And I remember that being, oh my God, this is like the euphoria was there. Sure. I never smoked again. Sure. It's never been a thing of mine. Right. I've said it before. smoke weed around me because I love the smell. I just love the smell of it.
Well, that's kind of a conversation that we're having last night at the Westin. You know what I mean? Because we were all floating. We were all,
and you
to
had
be
good,
honest,
and
we were floating last
You had good
night.
bud and you had good food.
And we were talking about weed etiquette because we're going down the slope on etiquette, you know, smoking around kids and in public places, and you know what, shouts out going out to the 420 friendly families out there, and you know what I mean, contain it, but you know we gotta figure out more smarter ways for consumption. You know,
that's true.
It is. You know, when school buses are passing by, you know, in the bus stops, you know, we gotta have weed etiquette. You know, because I think some folks are getting kind of sloppy with it.
You know, that's a really good conversation.
Really, you know, let's not get sloppy with it. I mean, I'm from the CNMI, so it's super legit legal. I mean, everybody's growing it all over the place, but we have etiquette on it. You know what I mean? You don't find people like around the school zones with it. You know what I mean? You know, because people
smoking in the car with
you
the
know what I
kids
mean?
and
'Cause
that
they'll
sort
call
of
you
thing.
out, especially on Tinian. You know, they're strict on it. You go to Rhoda, you know what I mean? They're like, hey, there's kids here. You know what I mean? Weed etiquette is
You know
really
the
important.
difference between tobacco smoke, which
Go
and
for it.
secondhand smoke can also get you. Yeah. It's the contact high you get. I didn't ask for it, right? Yeah, I had a bit of a contact high when I was somewhere in Los Angeles, I think it was, or San Francisco. I mean, I got out of the airport and that's all I smelled. Before you get out of the airport, it's, you know, smoking a cigarette was like, oh my God, I've been on a plane for 5 hours. I need a hit, right? And you're smoking cigarette and you walk into a zone and it's just, you're covered in cigarette smoke. Now I come out and the whole place smells like weed. I'm not mad at it. I don't have, I have zero feelings because I actually enjoy the smell. For sure. But you're right. I never thought about the etiquette has to apply as cigarette smoke does.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Kind of, you know what I mean? A little grooming on it. A little bit, just a little grooming on it. You know what I mean? I mean, let's not get messy. It's like, there's kids. In the corner, guys. In the corner by the grill. They won't smell it.
There was a time, there was a time when I want to say it was Frank Bloss. God, if it wasn't him, I'm sorry. But I want to say that it was Frank Bloss at one point was trying to contain this use of cigarette smoke inside a car. But you know, it's already against the law to smoke weed in a car.
In cars anymore.
And lighters, lighters, babe.
They don't have lighters. They don't have lighters. They don't have
and lighters.
in cars anymore.
That was a smoke. It was a smoking culture. They were designing and manufacturing cars for the smoker because everybody smoked, right? But I remember at one point in his career, I think he said that they were trying to regulate the use of tobacco smoke, and there were civil rights issues, or people were saying that's imposing on my rights to do what I want in my own car. But you know, there's nothing you could do to contain that other than to educate, right? Yeah. So, but smoking weed in the car is probably a lot more detrimental in that the kids are coming out in La La Land
Cheech and Chong hot
and they're hungry. Yeah, and they're hungry. Right?
Yeah.
So. So I was just remarking about kids' exposure to marijuana. And,
yes.
And whether this generation, and I can use my only grandchild. He's the only 17-year-old that I see on a daily basis. What his life, in my life, I grew up around cigarette smoke. Everybody on the Camacho side of my family smoked. I just smelled like smoke all the time, but I didn't know that I smelled like smoke, right?
Be like, hey, do I smell like weed? We're all stoned right now. Do we smell
it's sort of a normal thing.
Do I look high?
So Riley grew up in a household where there wasn't smoking, so it didn't infiltrate his environment, right?
For sure.
And so in to the question, does Riley does he object to smelling marijuana around him? And I'm going to probably say that in his wherever in his daily life, he hasn't been necessarily exposed. I don't want to say that he hasn't been with his friends or his school, but I know that in his family environment he never does. But we did have somebody who smoked during the holidays. We're all together, and they smoked. That was their thing. You know, sometimes people go out and smoke a cigarette. Sometimes they go out and smoke weed. And then when they came in the house, the lingering effect of it in the backyard, you could smell.
Right.
And then when they came back in the house, the whole body smelled like it. But it was the only reason why anybody said anything, it was because it was just noticeable. No one was objecting. They didn't try to violate anybody's choices or anything.
feel about it. Yeah.
So I think that he obviously in this society has been exposed to it because it's everywhere. Like cigarette smoke has. I really equate it to cigarette smoking as a habit, right? Because more people are doing it.
For sure.
And I mean, the kid doesn't live in a bubble. That's for sure. There's a lot of things. He's 17, so God,
That's what I do too. I'm like, hey, you got the kids this weekend. I'm like, I'm gonna be red eye. I got red eye this weekend. I don't know how to explain that. You don't know how to explain that. Be like, why are your eyes red? Be like, I was crying. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, how do you explain it? So it's like, I don't want the kids this weekend. I don't want them this weekend. I'm gonna have red eyes. Don't bother me. So it is. I mean, more etiquette, guys. You know what I mean? Don't be in the school zones. You know what I mean? Around the pickleball courts and things like that. Come on, guys. Like let's act like we know. let's act like we know. You know? I mean, it's legal, but don't get sloppy with it, right? Don't get sloppy with it.
Guys. That's true, and I'm glad that you said that. I would never have thought to have a conversation about weed smoking etiquette, but it does make etiquette. But it does. It absolutely makes sense. There's a lot of places. I think that when you say there's the Natalie's law, which
Natalie's law.
Yeah, that's the one that says you can't smoke within 20 feet of an entrance of a public building.
I love
right.
that.
I'm assuming that a lot of these rules and regulations apply to marijuana as well.
Right. Yeah, I think they should. I think they should. I'm big. Hey, man, I'm 420 friendly, but come on, guys. Let's act like we know, please. We're adulting. Let's do it right. You know, I don't want to expose.
Well,
this
I mean,
stuff to kids.
the law when it was passed, and it was a hard fought. It was a hard fought win. For those who were advocates for legalizing marijuana and medical marijuana, it was a hard fought battle. So nobody is trying to have that repealed. And so I think that the education campaign for people, for people who are actually smoking, because sometimes you wouldn't be able to tell if they're eating it, and you wouldn't be able to know it if they were consuming it somehow or another. But actual smoking of a joint, it definitely can be imposing. Again, I don't have a problem with it, but a lot of people would have a problem with it. And I think that the etiquette, I think that those who were proponents of the law were also in a sort of educational campaign as well. It's like it's being as responsible as anything else, and not using it while you're in your car driving, because that still is considered a substance that will get you.
Thank you, Patti.
Will get you in jail or get you a DUI. Doesn't apply just to alcohol.
There we go. So. I approve this message.
Verna's got us on the line. Good morning, Verna. How are you?
Good morning. It's not Natalie, by the way, and the only reason why I know it's because it's a niece of mine. And so it's the Natasha Protection Act.
Yes.
Yeah, and everything. Hey, you got the end.
Okay, Natasha.
You know what I mean? And everything. And it was named after our niece. She was 16 when she died of cancer, but before she died, they were able to. Actually, there was at the time Senator Lou Leon Guerrero.
Yep.
To get it going and everything, because Natasha loved going out with family to go eat at restaurants. And she was trying to have a normal life as possible, and it included going out to enjoy dinners with family, and the smoking would just stop her from being able to do that because she was fighting cancer. And so that was a big reason why it was done and everything. It
was the smoking. I think it was extended. The Natasha Protection Law was amended to extend after the fact. I think she had already passed the original protection law was passed at the hands of Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, and then after she passed, they extended it so that it would include smoking in public places within the entrance of the doors. That's Tita. That's Tita's granddaughter.
That's Tita's granddaughter. That's right. Jenny is the mom.
Yes, absolutely.
And Jenny and my husband are first cousins. That's
okay. All right. Got you. I didn't know that the relationship was that close, but yeah, okay.
Right, and everything. I mean, in fact, I just saw Auntie Tita 2 days ago and everything, so yeah, very, very close, sweet lady, just so good to the family and everything, and just very prayerful and all that, so yeah.
That's absolutely
But hey, I also wanted to bring, I love your stories about the first day of school. Now, my son, who's 30, Jonah, the firstborn, I remember his first day very vividly because the teacher pretty much shooed all the parents out.
When they got there, she just told them to leave.
He was at McCool. It was Guam South Elementary at the time.
Yeah.
And it was outside of the base, and it was in the barracks where they used to stay, the barracks. And so the doors had like a little window on it, like a rectangle window, you know, because it was an office.
Yeah.
And she literally just pushed us all out and said, bye, parents, and everything. So it didn't matter what we were going through. She was just like, you're out of here. I've got your kids.
Oh, man.
Be done with it.
Oh man, that you know what? That's kind of what they say. In the new age, new age to me, I have an 8-year difference between Cerise and Tia, and then I have a 5-year difference between Tia and Sean. That's enough time for early childhood development to to keep growing.
That's right, kind of like you kind of had like a new baby.
Yeah,
like already you have a kid. But it's a new baby because it's the big old age gap. Yep,
I actually was joking that I had kids at such a big age gap so that I had always someone to go and do my bidding, like cleaning, and I had somebody at a good age. But when Cerise was going to school, she was born in 1980, so you can only imagine when she was going to school. I had to basically peel her off of me, and that was a really tough time. When Tia was going to school, there was a hybrid of that. Is like say goodbye at the door, and let's sit with the child for a little bit. But by the time it got to Sean 5 years later, it's like drop the bag, say goodbye. Just I think the script was, I love you. Have a good day. I will be here when school is over. Don't worry, I'm coming back. It's only for a little while, and then leave. The the teacher or the aide would take that screaming child, and they would go do what they had to do to settle them down, because they were more apt to listen to the stranger, right, in that situation than it was if their mother was sitting there stroking them, because they'd still just get even worse.
Because we just had to literally cut the cord. That was enough.
Dude, you guys are brutal.
I know. That's why I was like thinking of teaching kindergarten for my last year, right? Because I'm like, I taught every grade but kinder. I'm like, nope, not having it. I'm not going to cry every day, in my last year of school. Not happening. Tia
taught these early kids and very young at St. Anthony for a few years, and she really enjoyed that age. She just thought that they were and she was actually very good at it, just being naturally sort of maternal. And she said that she would come home with these notes from these kids, and the things that you guys would get for Valentine's Day was incredible.
I know,
dude. And
and
Halloween.
I always told Albert, don't worry, my students got me.
Oh my God, Halloween, Christmas, all of these things. She was coming home with loot, man. But she really enjoyed that time as a teacher for the really, really young kids. I had them when they were in middle school. That was my favorite, is teaching kids in the middle school, like 7th and 8th grade. I thought that was a lot of people say that that's like the worst age. It is, but I really, really enjoyed it. You know who my students were? One of my students was John Calvo Jr.
Oh wow! Oh my gosh!
Or Junior John Calvo, I think is what his name was on the. Yeah, and I actually found his grades in a grade book. I just uncovered it. I'm going to have to send it to him.
I love that. I love finding stuff and sending it to my students, and they're like, whoa, where'd you get this?
Oh, my God.
Like, but dude, you don't even know what I got on you.
Exactly. Oh, my God. Well, hey, listen, we want to figure out what you do, or what's the best advice that parents or teachers can give to parents to wean these kids off of late night television and early morning wake-up call. How do you get them to transition? This is Dice's thing. Like, she's like, you're going to have to, these kids are going to have to be trained in the next couple of weeks. What does that look like?
Well, because we're against the time, it means I'm going to have to call you back, right? Aren't we almost?
Oh, okay. You can call me back if you want. Oh,
yeah.
Look at you.
A big thing is, of course, practice at least a week before. Don't be waiting until the day before school. You know what I mean? That's a big thing and everything. It's like you're just slowly get them back into routine and everything, and go back to the one where at least Monday through Thursday you're not like on your tablet or whatever all hours of the day until Friday, until the weekend. And then you got to do the routine and everything. Like I said, have a bedtime that you're supposed to give them, whatever time it is for them that you decide in your household. And then, of course, just routine is really important and everything. Getting their clothes ready the night before and everything, and the school supplies. And by the way, school supplies. I know schools are giving them out. My school starts today. I don't know about the other schools, where the basic school supplies that the government takes care of.
Oh.
That's another thing. So there you go.
Well,
Go
then
pick up the school supplies.
call me back. Call me back after. I have an interview coming up at 8:15, but call me back after. Okay, thanks. Like 8:30 is good.
Bye.
Okay, appreciate it.
I love you guys. It's like, okay, hold on. I got to wait. Hold on. Come back. We're going to give.
I need to know this.
We just light the fire and put it out.
Yeah,
Like,
I know.
hold on.
I didn't want her to start because I knew we were going to have to stop. But no, there's like the whole. There is a whole thing about planning for that great one-time expense of school supplies, and that's the part, because no longer are you just buying composition notebooks and crayons. You're buying paper towels and napkins and wipes and things that are needed for your kid.
Back the air fryer.
Yeah,
darling.
dude.
Hey, that's on the list.
If these teachers start asking for like coffee makers in their classrooms, we are not doing it. We're not doing it. Hey, let's go ahead and take that break that she was talking about. We've got your news coming up right now. We'll be right back.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. President Trump's backed away from plans to charge fees for ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz. Saka Magani has the latest.
Yesterday, the president laid out a 20% toll, saying it was in exchange for the U.S. making transit safe.
We are going to be reimbursed for protection.
But he scrapped that idea after hearing from Mideast leaders.
And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars.
The president says he actually likes this better.
Because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait.
Meantime, more U.S. strikes on Iran and Iranian attacks on shipping and American allies have left an interim peace deal in tatters. Sagar Magani, Washington.
Oil prices climbed again, though that eased with the president's turnaround. Brent crude settling just below $85 per barrel. Inflation cooled more than expected in June, the cost of gas, clothes, and used cars falling, but consumer prices were 3.5% higher than last June and well above the Federal Reserve's 2% target. On Capitol Hill, new Fed Chair Kevin Warsh told a House panel the central bank has no tolerance for high inflation.
If we get policy right, and I can assure you we will, the inflation surge of the last 5 years will be a thing of the past.
The inflation news helped boost stocks. The S&P rose 0.4%, the Nasdaq 0.9%. The Dow had a small gain, less than 10 points. In other news, the Trump administration's ordered immigration and customs enforcement officers to suspend most vehicle stops. This after 2 deadly shootings in a little over a week, the latest yesterday in Biddeford, Maine. And court records indicate writer E. Jean Carroll's now been paid the more than $5.6 million a jury awarded in her sexual abuse and defamation lawsuit against President Trump. This is AP News. In France, it's Bastille Day.
Troops and warplanes from around Europe joined Tuesday's Bastille Day parade through Paris in a showcase of support for Ukraine and a symbolic flexing of European military muscle. On President Emmanuel Macron's last Bastille as president, he hosted around 30 other leaders for an event that appeared aimed at showing both Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump that Europe's united and stepping up to defend itself. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was given an ovation from the assembled European leaders as he arrived, and his country's troops got the biggest cheers of the day from crowds on the tree-lined Champs-Élysées Avenue. France's biggest national holiday is coinciding with raging forest fires and a red alert heatwave that's forced cancellation of fireworks. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The latest at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to Mornings with Patti, where the conversation belongs to everyone.
Half a day, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service. We'll be staying at the low end of scattered showers today again. Southwest winds will maintain the possibility of showers ramping back up, though. Seas will remain around 6 to 8 feet, mostly southwest swell. This will produce a moderate risk of rip currents along south and west-facing reefs. The tropical disturbance to our west has dissipated and is now just a trough. The latest weather information is always available at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Code 1 Store, your one-stop shop for public safety and everyday gear. Shop trusted brands with tactical pouches, apparel, and footwear. Serving Guam since 1999. Celebrate liberation with our special giveaway happening now. Code 1 Store. Gear up today.
Alrighty, guys, let's go ahead and do your last look at traffic for this morning. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. You can schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, visit our website. That's GuamAutospot.com. 8 o'clock rush hour is in effect right now for our friends on the northern as well as the central part of the island. We have got some strong north and southbound traffic coming around the Micronesia Mall, getting around that Dedito Sports Complex, coming around Machechi Road, Bella Road, and hopping on to Route 16, traffic flowing into Barragata this morning. Upper Tumon, we got stronger delays in Upper Tumon this morning coming around the Tumon Horizon condos north and southbound. St. John intersection, Finnegayan Street, that's Hamburger Road. Happy Landing as well as Lower Tumon, that's going to be along Pauly San Vitores Road. Kmart intersection as well as Village of Donkey. So again, Guam, it looks like traffic is definitely building up this morning. ITC intersection around the Guam Premier Outlets, that's going to be GPO. We're looking at Governor Carlos Camacho Road. That's going to be getting around GMH this morning. North and southbound on that side. Hagåtña traffic also picking up, as well as Mongmong to Mighty. Just a friendly reminder for everyone to please watch your speed limit this morning. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, not on the phones. You know there's no texting and driving on the streets of Guam. Ensure that your seatbelts are fastened. Remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's allow braking distance between ourselves and the vehicle in front of us, and we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Wednesday morning. This is your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. Again, folks, it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive. Give us a call at 478-AUTO.
When Guam is not heard in Washington, our families pay the price. We pay it in higher costs, in housing that feels out of reach, in food assistance put at risk, and our Manamco and neighbors with disabilities still waiting for benefits they've earned. Mary Camacho Torres is running to change that. She'll fight to lower costs, deliver fairness for our veterans and downwind communities, and make sure Guam finally has a voice that's heard. This election, vote Mary Camacho Torres for Congress, number 1 on the ballot.
I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the Torres for Congress Committee.
Rise and shine with Roots Breakfast Buffet. Served daily from 6:30 to 9:30 a.m. at Guam Plaza Resort. Seniors enjoy 15% off for a limited time. Save your spot now. Call 671-649-7760 to reserve.
Guam is building the future, and the right conversations start here. SAME Guam Post invites you to the 2026 Industry Forum happening July 28 through 30 at the Dusitani Resort. Join military, government, and industry leaders as they come together to discuss Guam's future in infrastructure, resilience, and regional growth. This premier event connects you to Guam's next generation of infrastructure. Registration is open. Visit GuamIndustryForum.com. The 2026 SAME Industry Forum, delivering Indo-Pacific readiness.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Feeling hot, summer smoke a lime. Mirror says, woo, gonna do some harm. I'm the one, yeah, I bring the charm. Step aside, let a real one through. Thunder in my walk, lightning in my shoes. Just to watch, baby, I'm the view.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep that good vibe going right here on Mornings with Patti.
Watch me do it like, I do it like,
809.
do it like.
Look at us. Oh, you know what I'm looking at? I just happened to buy this. I don't know why my TikTok opened, but it was Typhoon Bobby Storm Surge Slams China in the Zhejiang province. It's weakened now to a tropical storm, but it had to be a typhoon. It was a super typhoon here, and it didn't start to weaken until it got to China.
I see.
Dude, you should see. And plus that it's snowing over there in certain parts. Is that snow or is that sand? Looks like snow. Flurries. Oh, dang. In the coastal towns over there that you can see, this is like water, the ocean breaking at the windows. Oh, I don't know who still stays there like that. Who's still, is that snow? Is that possible? Maybe it is. Anyway, welcome to the program. 10 minutes after 8, we were having I think a kid-centric conversation about smoking weed in the car.
Don't do it.
The etiquette of smoking marijuana around your children,
pickleballs,
or around the elderly, around people who object to it. Yeah. Okay. We couldn't stress it enough, and I think that I think that most people use a little bit of common sense when it comes to behaviors around kids.
Better role models. Yeah.
Yeah, but then there are those. And they are not the majority of our community, but we have a lot of folks who are basically brain dead when it comes to that.
Yeah, you can't save them all, Patti.
No, you can't.
And that's
you can't. And that's where am I judging? Hell yeah.
If much as we want to.
We were. T and I we were on a Saturday morning jaunt, running early in the morning, so it was around 7:30 in the morning, and there was these two guys at a gas station. They looked like they were just causing trouble. It looked like the guy that was standing outside by the pump was punching somebody in the front seat.
Okay.
So here, two girls. I'm not thinking in my brain that they're going to try to come at us. I just wasn't thinking like that. No. Tio's like, I don't like crime scenes. They didn't look that they weren't harmless, but we weren't the focus of their attention, is what I meant.
Crime scenes,
I don't like crime scenes. And then there was a child in the back seat. And listen, they call them Karens now, but a lot of people that are concerned citizens, this is a situation where I'm not going to be using or acting on my impulse, which is to, there's a child in the, blah, blah, blah. Because now they call them Karens. If you care, or if you're just complaining about nothing, that's none of your business. But when it comes to kids in public places who are acting up and their parents are responding, not everybody goes by the book. There's a thing called gentle parenting now. Have you seen that? The gentle parenting. I know somebody who gently parents their children, and they're a pair. They're a match. The father and the mother, they are like in lockstep when it comes to how they're rearing their children. And these are children that are in their, like, one is 5 and the other one is 3.
Right on.
And they are getting into everything, especially the 3-year-old. She's a rambunctious one. She's the girl who just recently broke her wrist because she jumped off something. So she's that kind of child, right?
It is. It's true.
Yeah, she's that kind of child. But the way that they're firm when they are punishing them, right? Or they're correcting them. They're very firm, and you could hear it in their voices. But the don't climb on that ladder, sweetheart.
Oh,
it's like, okay, it's a 10-foot ladder. She's on rung 8, right? Don't climb on. Then
we don't do gentle parenting. It's like, you're going to die. There's no gentle parenting here. You just got to tell them straight. Be like, look, that fire's hot. I'm just going to, just put your hand in there. Put
No, it's that if you don't get off that
we don't
ladder-
have gentle parenting.
No, it was like,
doesn't
sweetheart, it's dangerous. I'm sitting there squeezing, and I'm shutting my mouth because it's not my house, right?
My
and
Zori is across the lawn already. It's like, I told... Give me my slipper. It's across the lawn.
I have to tell you one more time, it
was
was none of that.
I got you.
It was like lovey,
Oh,
blah, blah,
no,
blah. And the tone was not urgent enough for my tastes because it's too late when they fall to jump into action. Because she was sitting across across the folly, so she didn't see. She saw what was happening, but it was too far away to respond if you had to respond. So my nosy butt gets up and positions myself closer to a response area.
Gotcha.
Right? I'm thinking if the child falls, the best I could do is try to either run and break the fall.
Yes.
I'll go over there and whisper in her ear, you better get off this damn ladder, girl. If you don't get off this ladder.
I'll let him fall. Let him fall. Fall down. You're gonna fall down.
So I see the parenting styles are quite different. And there are kids who grow up with the screaming. There's no soft voice. There's no, and it's funny because in my family, we had the polar opposites of my parents. My mother was a loud lady. Right. I mean, she wasn't as loud as me, but she was a life of the party. My dad was a reserved sort of, you didn't talk unless you were spoken to. I'm kidding. But, you know, she would come down with her Dutch clogs to wake everybody up, and it was like reveille. Right? My dad might come in and slightly open the door and go, Patty, you know, in a soft voice. My mother is like, I said get up.
Yep, that's what it is.
And so I have learned to wake up like that.
Right.
If you're screaming in my ear, I'm not moved by it. You're not moving me. You're not getting me
to school because you're not cleaning the house.
So
it's like, I got to go to school. I don't want to
So I think the kids took a quiet poll and determined they don't want me to wake them up anymore because I do not. I don't, you know, it was like that. And Tia does that with Riley. She's just told him basically, if you don't get out of bed and go to school on time, you're going to miss the bus or you're not going to go to school. And if you don't go to school, that's on you. You got to go and explain. And so the kid is very disciplined in waking up and getting to where he has to go. I'm a screamer.
I love it. I love that.
Who are we talking to?
We got Frank on the line this morning.
Is this Frank?
Yeah, we got Frank.
Frank, is this you?
Yeah.
Hey.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Hi there, Frank.
I have a question for you, Patty. Let's just say that you do have a recycle bin, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you do have family members on the island visiting you.
Mm-hmm.
And so you know that your trash situation is going to be probably double to what you usually have.
Okay.
Now, let's just say that your regular trash bin would not fit all the trash that you have to fit into that particular trash bin, and your recycle bin is empty. What would you put your excess trash in the trash bin? In the recycled trash bin, and hopefully that the trash department picks it up, rather than leaving it outside of the trash bin, or to pile up that regular trash bin and leave it open.
Well, what you're saying, you want to use a recycling bin as a carryover because your other trash bin, your regular trash bin, is full. What's the penalty? I need to know what the penalty is if I do that.
Well, I don't know if it's a penalty or what, but I mean, you know, when you see a trash, like, you know, you use it as a carryover.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it make more sense to do that rather than leaving it outside and for the dogs or whatever to tear up the trash and trash the area? Would that make sense to put it in the...
Yeah, absolutely, common sense, but that's not what we're dealing with here, right? The way that the system works is not necessarily... First of all, you know, you're generating a lot of trash, and your bins do not accommodate your household trash. I guess that's what you're saying. And
Yes.
in an abnormal world, this is why people throw their trash in the boonies. This is exactly the reason why they get rid of it any way they can. To your answer, would I put it in the recycle bin and hope for the best? No. I don't hope for the best when the government is in control of anything having to do with my life. I don't hope for the best that they're going to go, oh, you know what? Let's just empty her trash because hers was overflowing, because then you know who they're going to have to do that for tens of thousands of other people. That'll be the standard. The recycling bins apparently are just for recycled items. So probably not. Are you asking me what I would do with the trash then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I guess you had to pile it. Can you pile up? Continue to keep piling it up in that one bin, or how often are they coming that your trash could build up like that? Are you just generating too much trash?
Well,
and are you because it sounds like you have a lot of trash, but you don't have any recyclables. Are you recycling?
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
You know, you have other family members that have because of the current situation on the island, right? So family tends to move in with other families until they can get their power or water back. You know.
Take it to the transfer station. The people who ask the people who are also helping to generate trash that need to tell them to take it to the transfer station. I don't know what the cost is, but I think that is a fair. That's a fair expense for somebody who's staying at your place for free.
Well, you know, you're already paying for the trash collections already, and rather than going around and dump the trash in the jungle and so forth, I mean, you don't want to make the island any uglier than what it is already. Mm-hmm. So why wouldn't the trash department? Until we get back to some sort of normalcy, right?
Mm-hmm. I could not tell you that they're going to change the policy in a situation like this where you have more people that are living in your home because you have to double up your household for those who don't have a place to go. I would assume that they probably know that they are generating a lot more trash just because the storm, people throwing things out. Unless they change the schedule to do more trash collections, which I doubt that they'll do. The only thing that they changed when in the system is when they're going to pick up the trash if they miss the day because of the typhoon. I would assume that maybe if you called them at GSWA and asked them, listen, I've got more people here and I'm generating trash faster than you're collecting. What can I do? And they will. I don't know what other options that you have, but I would. If I had somebody staying with me, I'm saying, hey, listen, I'm not charging you for power and water and food and all that, but can you take your trash, this extra trash overflow, and bring it to a transfer station?
Patti, calling up the trash department office, believe me, girl.
Oh, really?
Nobody answers the phone. I mean, I don't know how many times in maybe the whole year that I've called, but I don't get nobody picks up the phone. I'd rather call K57. I mean, call 105 because they pick up the phone.
Okay.
And by going through you, and with the rest of the people on the island that are listening to this conversation right now, you know, it gets out to the ears of the cabinet, gets out to the ears of the director of the trash collections and the trash collectors too. But you know, I'm just trying to see, you know, the logic, and if the fire department can say there's a waiver to store gas in 20 gallons temporarily because of the fuel, then temporarily why can't we use our recycled trash bin for the excess trash? Temporarily, probably we can say you can use it for the time being. Let's just say to the end of August, something like that. A suspension. You know, man makes the rules. Man can make amendments to the rules, right?
Yeah.
And temporarily, I would just say you don't really need a master's degree to figure this thing out.
Well, no, I mean you're trying to figure it out now, so at least we need some expertise. Let's see what's happening. I'll do a hey Irv. There's a guy on the radio asking this question at sea, and he's usually pretty good about answering. So let's see what he says, Frank. I'll do my best.
Thank you so much.
Okay, absolutely.
Take care.
It's my pleasure. Willie Flores is joining us on the line from the Menengo Memorial.
He'll get us back, Patty.
He said he'll get us back. All right, no problem, Willie. That was a good phone call. Yeah. Well, it's he said just okay. I'm gonna say now. He just said I got dry. Well, we got disconnected. Just if you want me to call back, call in. I said now. So you should be getting a number. I did send a note to GSWA that I'm pretty sure Irv is already typing.
Okay.
Earthlike is the GM for the Guam Waste Waste. What is it?
Guam Solid Waste.
Guam
Solid Waste Authority.
Yeah.
GSWA.
Got
Gotcha.
it. Okay.
No problem.
Jesus. It is 8:25 now. I wouldn't put my trash in the recycling bin because that's just a temporary hold for what eventually is going to happen.
You know what? I put it in mine, and then I wait for the familiar and whatever to come around and be like, hey, dude, I got some stuff in there. You can take it. Can you empty it?
That's the way to do it. I got junks.
I got some stuff, dude. You can have it. Just take it.
Yeah, I got junks. Oh, okay.
Here we go.
All right, wait. Is Willie there?
Willie is here.
Okay, Willie. Okay, give me a second. Hang on a second.
Stand by, buddy.
I'm gonna ask. I'm talking to Irv Slyke from GSWA.
Okay.
And he's telling me, yeah, you can call me. So I'm going to ask him if I can call him on the air. But I'll talk to you because you're the one I planned for this morning. Willie from Menengo Memorial. How you doing?
Good. How about you? Everybody all recovered? I hope.
I think there's
well?
I think we're well on our way. It's mentally as the recovery for me. Lost a lot of sleep during that time, but we're good. And unfortunately, the casualties of all of this has been one of the most reverent periods of our history, and that is honoring those and who have died and honoring those who have survived the occupation. And so this year is going to be different. I'm pretty sure this is not the only time it's happened. But we're in this place. So talk to me, the Menengo Memorial. I know that you guys were worried about it before the typhoon, and so now we know it's going to be sort of in one big day of honoring them at the Cathedral Basilica. Is that right?
Well, the mayors are putting together the program, their Unified Memorial Program. But so it's a little different for the mayors. We work very closely with many of the mayors. But that program is different than ours because their program specifically is put on for their district, right, for their jurisdiction. So, as you know, the Menengo Memorial is an island-wide, is a foundation that honors everything that happened. We commemorate everything, and honor, as you mentioned, everything that happens from the point of Hanau, Jigo, all the way down to Matek, right? Mm-hmm. So, and we have received so many. I have to say we have received so many calls from war survivors that have said, that they appreciate what the mayors are doing, but they also cannot, for lack of a better word, stomach the thought that we are not going to have a Menengo Memorial ceremony. So what we've decided, Patty, and you are a very good historian, even though you don't. I bet you don't remember the exact dates. We've done this before. Because of weather, several years ago, we moved the Menengo Memorial ceremony to August 12th before, in another year. And what's the significance of August 12th? August 12th is when the war on Guam officially ended. It's the official end of the war. So, the last of the fighting and the last of the rounding up, the last of getting the Chamorros to come down to Pigu or to Nimitz, in those places, and then to start dispersing them to their homes. That took place August 9th through 10th. So August 10th was actually the end of what one military officer called me as officially you could refer to it as the end of the organized fighting. And so that's August 10th. So we're trying to figure out what to do. Again, we will do what we feel is the consensus of the Manamcos. Many of them wanted to have it this coming July 19th, this coming Sunday, but it's just too close for us to put it together. We apologize to them, and so we will push it to the end of August. So the mayors have their unified memorial, which is the 21st, right, Liberation, and then after that, in August, we will have a memorial service, and it's going to be probably down at the museum, and it will have two presentations by one actual survivor, a war survivor, Mr. Beneventi, who we had discussed before. He will have him present, and also another presentation of a lady who went through the war as told to her daughter. So we've done that also before, and then we will have a few things. That will be also the official release of our HASU 3 yearbook, HASU Manyangan 3 yearbook, and we'll be doing a few other things. So yeah, we're trying to pull it together. As you can tell, it's kind of a mad scramble at this point.
Sure.
Yeah. But Manyangan has always been a mad scramble, and we love it. We love it because just to be among those folks who survived the wars it really is an awesome feeling. It really is.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate this, and I do feel like the Manengan Memorial, for obvious reasons, becomes another solemn occasion that requires the attention, because it encompasses everybody on the island. It's not just in these skirmishes or these events or these massacres that took place in these different historical sites all throughout the island in different villages. This is one that encompasses, pretty much everyone who went through that time. So I appreciate. I like that idea that August 12th would be a day certainly appropriate for the memorial. And as you get closer, I know you're scrambling, so I don't want to bother you too much. As you get closer, you're more than welcome, Willie, to keep us updated, and we'll be happy to make sure that people know about it.
Well, I do appreciate it, and the one thing that we're excited about, and want your listeners and we appreciate you folks helping to spread the word, is because we wanted to issue our HASU Manyangan, remember our Manyangan yearbook style books, right? Our HASU Manyangan, and we wanted to release it on July 5th, with the original date of the memorial this year. But now we're going to release it on August 12th, and there's been people calling, I want to see the book. I want to see the book. Yeah, well, you're just going to have to wait till August 12th then. Patience. Okay. Yeah.
Well, we look forward to hearing from you again, Willie. I really appreciate you calling me this morning. How did you guys fare, and how was the Manengan property where the memorial is?
The Manengan property was cleaned very well. I want to thank DPW for doing the road, and also the junior mayor's office staff, and then the Barragata mayor and vice mayor. They sent their staff down there as we were scrambling to get this thing done, and it was ready. It was ready to rock and roll. And now, after the storm, there's a bamboo blown down and all that, but the memorial stands proud. It stands proud as a reminder of our people's strength. So it's pretty good. We're going to have to go in and mow it again and keep the grass down because of all the rain. The grass grows a quarter. People say the grass grows a quarter inch a day.
Yeah.
I think down in Manyangan and down south it grows a half inch a day.
Yeah. It doesn't take long. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you also have people that are making sure that the maintenance and upkeep. It's a solemn site, and we certainly have to take care of it.
Yes, we do. We do. Thank you so much for having us.
It's my pleasure.
We'll get back to you.
All right, man. It's good to talk to you, Willie. Have a great day. I appreciate it.
You guys.
All right.
Take care.
No problem. 8:32. We'll go ahead and take this break, and then for Frank, just for you, Frank, I have a feeling Frank is the guy that I run into at Payless in aisle
Love
4.
him. Yeah.
Frank
Recycling.
has always got something to tell me about something, and these are real problems in real time by real people, right? And so you got to listen to what they have to say. I am sure that whatever Frank is going through with his trash is the same situation that's going with others. I will, though, however, say I wouldn't put it in the recycle bin unless you're told, unless IRFs says, you know what, allow them to use the recycle bin. But then the question is, what do you do with your recyclables? There's just not enough trash cans. I don't know. Let me. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll take a break and come back on the other side with him. We'll be right back.
AP News, I'm Haya Panjwani. The Trump administration is ordering ICE to suspend most vehicle stops after 2 deadly shootings in just over a week. AP's Lisa Dwyer.
The shooting of a Colombian man by federal immigration agents in Maine has fueled outrage, heating up the political discourse. Maine Democratic Senate candidate Nirav Shah held a press conference outside Republican Senator Susan Collins' office in Biddeford, saying there was a straight line from the tragedy to Senator Collins.
She has the power to put strict conditions on every single dollar that ICE receives.
Collins posted a statement on her Senate website saying that while the investigation is still ongoing, that the shooting raises sufficient critical questions. Collins says she has urged Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin to cease all non-urgent vehicle stops. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Darlene Graham has been sworn in to fill the rest of late brother Lindsay's Senate term.
First on the Senate floor.
So help you God.
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And then ceremonially by Iowa's Chuck Grassley in the old Senate chamber. Emotions were high as Graham took office 3 days after her older brother died unexpectedly. South Carolina's governor appointed Darlene Graham yesterday.
I'm going to do this. I got it.
A special election next month will decide a new GOP nominee in the general election. Sagar Magani, Washington.
Speaking with reporters while meeting with the Iraqi Prime Minister, President Trump says he heard from Mideast leaders after announcing the Strait of Hormuz toll plan yesterday.
Kings and emirs and all of the people that we all know and we all love, and they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars.
This is AP News. French firefighters are battling to stop a forest blaze near Paris from erupting again.
Bigger fires have been ravaging areas of southern France, but the Fontainebleau fire is exceptionally close to the densely populated region surrounding Paris. Hundreds of firefighters are battling 2 blazes in the Fontainebleau forest south of the capital and working hard to prevent it from getting larger again. Rescue Operations Commander Sébastien Avenal tells the AP, we're really working on the perimeter, and the perimeter of the fire is 23 kilometers, that's 15 miles. That just gives you an idea of the scale of this disaster. The goal is to try to secure it by tonight, meaning we are certain that it will no longer spread. The fire so far has consumed nearly 2,000 hectares and forced the evacuation of over 1,000 people. Water dumping planes have been used for the first time in the Paris region to fight the fires. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
I'm Haya Panjwani, AP News.
From Jibo to Molesso, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions? Yeah, of course. Do you have any pets? Yes, we have a dog. Great. Do you have a pool outside? Nope, just a big old backyard. Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home? Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access. Awesome. Yeah. Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds.
Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burned. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Hey, it is 8:42 in the morning. Welcome back to the program, and thanks so much, everybody, for the information that you are imparting to me when we're off the air, but we're definitely, I'm not off the air, but you're not on the air, but you are texting me all of your trials and tribulations, and I'm here for it. Thanks for keeping me up to date on things that are happening. Trash apparently is the big deal. I mean, well, it's not from just the one phone call. I know it is a big deal because it's logical that one would assume that when you have a typhoon that ruins a lot of things, thus the reason why they set up these places where you can go and drop off green waste and your construction material, household trash becomes a thing. At these two sites where you can drop off all of that stuff, they're not taking household trash. They're not taking white goods. They're not taking anything that you really want to throw away. So the problem is, Frank calls and says, "What does it make sense to me that when he's got overflow trash at his house, that you would want to use the recycling bin?" I'm like, it absolutely makes sense to me that you would want to do that. The question is, he asked me would I do it? And I'm saying, as much as it sounds tempting, I won't, because I'm not going to trust that they're going to look at it, know my situation, feel bad for me, and take it anyway. I feel like that's probably part of their policy. Irv Slyke is the one who's going to tell me for real what we should do with the overflow. Good morning, Irv. How are you? Thanks for responding.
Good morning, Patty, and to your viewers, your listeners. I caught the sort of the tail end of the gentleman's quandary, and we would definitely not recommend using the recycling bin to put the trash in. We already have a 70 to 90% contamination rate with the recyclables that we collect. And we're working on an education program for our customers. You know, it costs money to do that, but we're working on that so that to encourage them to, not contaminate the recyclables. So the recyclables, again, end up as a product somewhere else. They redo the cardboard, they redo the plastic, redo the tin, and when you contaminate it, it's sort of like, going to the food buffet and then just tossing things back and forth into it, right? You're ruining it for everybody else that needs that, and the markets are really picky about what's contaminating their products. They have to make a new product out of it, and if somebody contaminates it, especially when you have the low volumes that Guam has, if somebody has a lot more volume, the markets are a little more tolerant of, okay, we'll take that and not agree with it. But if it's just a small amount, why mess up all of their production based on Guam's contamination? So that's a problem. So I would not do that. What we did offer for the customers, some of them took advantage of, we sell tags, yellow tags for excess refuse. So the customer can put these tags on the bags, put them outside of the bin, and we'll collect them. Some people took advantage of that because they knew during the typhoon they would have, excess food or whatever, and that's the way some customers handle it. And I would encourage people to do that. They're $4, per tag.
Oh, okay.
And the other thing for people, we have customers that for no fault of their own, they have relatives that are staying with them additionally for whatever reason. They can get an extra trash bin for $15 a month.
Oh, okay. I knew you would have options. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
To solve the excess trash that's generated from additional family members or whatever their circumstances are.
Okay. Is there ever a time when you would be providing, or does the data show that most families on Guam actually fill up that one bin faster than you can respond? Maybe they are still doing recycling. Maybe they're just high generators of trash. That you would consider the possibility. I don't know if this is a thing, but of an extra bin for those families who might think that would be a service that they need permanently.
Well, when I was first hired, the governor and the board wanted me to look at island-wide collection for all 42,000 single-family and four dwellings or less. And so when you run the numbers for the waste generation rate for Guam, so the U.S. is about 4.5 pounds per person per day. When you run the numbers and you look at the tonnage that the only disposal place on Guam has is the Lejeune landfill. It turns out that Guam produces about 2.3 pounds per person per day. So early on, I got from UOG students and other students that, hey, Guam's people are trashy. They just make a lot of trash. And I'm like, that's not what the numbers say. Okay, you're about 2.3 pounds per person. What's happening with the trash bin itself, there are a number of people sharing that same bin. So it's already 2 families or so that are sharing one bin because somebody thinks that the current rate is too high, so they live next to each other, or they come over for Sunday dinner and they bring the trash with them. It's called bin sharing. I think that may be why some people have trouble. The industry standard for a 4-person household is a 65-gallon container. We have 95s out there. 95s were what they did the first wave of automated collection, back in the early 2000s. So the industry standard now is about 64 gallons.
Okay. And as we go through these typhoons, this is not your first rodeo. I know that, or have you been around for a while?
I told my group, I think I cursed them. I came here in 2021, and they've already got 3 typhoons in 5 years. So,
yeah. And welcome back to the tropics. So this is like trash generation is always a big deal. I know that there is, and it's very obvious. It was obvious to me that when we see these sites that are opening for green waste and for construction material, the list of what you can't drop is so long, and that's the list everybody wants to get rid of, right? And so when we did this during Sinlaku, the lines were down the hill, at least where the area that I'm at, dedicated that one lane, and people were able to drop off all of these larger goods. It said to me at the time, this is the naked eye, I'm not in your business, but it said to me that there is a huge need for this to happen. And I think we've had this conversation. I've asked this question every time I've talked to you. In other jurisdictions, in other places around the country, you will find that service is offered once a month, twice a month, once a week, whatever the system is that people can actually do outside of their household trash, dump these things. Guam is different because we have no place to put it. And so I can't compare us to what they're doing in other states, but we do have a need. Where's the balance?
Well, so the Guam Solid Waste subscribers, they can get 2 bulk pickups per year, up to 10 items each, and they take advantage of that. The non-subscribers, they can bring mattresses and furniture to the transfer stations, but they have to pay a fee, $25 for 5 items. It's $5 per item. But the kicker would be we do not accept the white goods, so the washers, dryers, refrigerators. Those we offer to our subscribers at the curb bulk pickups. We do take those because we have to pay extra to remove the Freon. For non-subscribers, they would have to go to a metal recycler. And we just got word from Global, that's up in Dedido, that they're taking the non-Freon appliances for free. Oh. So if you have a washer, dryer,
air conditioner,
stove, non-air conditioners have Freon. So none of the Freon-containing items would be accepted at Global.
Oh, sorry, I missed that up. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I mean, there are options that could be made, and so you're saying that there is a great need for it, that people do take advantage of their free drops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but that's not to say that we don't have problems that can't be resolved. But for right now, your answer to Frank is, I said, if you've got people staying with you, and this is probably not the right thing to say to a local family, but if you've got people staying with you, maybe they should take it to the transfer. I mean, everything else is being taken care of. Maybe that could be helpful. But he could put one of his tags on there, or if he doesn't have any more tags left.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm leaving next week to go visit my mom. I haven't seen my mom in 5 years. But I'm definitely going to be, asking if I could provide food or whatever, because it's another mouth for her to feed while I'm there.
Bring her some chorizos pak. That's always a great staple.
Exactly.
Well, but I mean, we tend to be like that. We're not asking anybody for anything. We don't want anybody to feel burdened if they come to our house. You need refuge. That's just the kind of people that we are. But the point is, he said. Gassed, I would call them. He said you can't get a hold of them. Is that true? I've never tried to call y'all, so I don't know.
Well, so we've had issues with the phones before. I think I've told you. I think I called in. One lady was upset about that. But we straightened them out, and we gave a report to the board last month's meeting about our phone pickup rate, and it was, pretty outstanding. I hope that's the same for this month too. But I've heard people, give me a complaint and launch into that. I think it's just par for the course for a complaint against the government. They're non-responsive, but that's not what our statistics show in terms of people that call in, and then the time it takes for us to pick up, and then the time that we answer the question and move on to the next customer.
Yeah. Okay. Irv, is there anything else you want to add to any potential questions that people have asked, can ask or have asked actually in private?
Well, we are moving forward as an authority to implement island-wide collection. If we get island-wide collection, then we can offer, again, those white goods to all 42,000 people that would qualify for GSWA curbside collection.
Okay.
And we are looking at a pretty substantial reduction in our rates if we can get everybody to contribute. We're going to be announcing this at the next Thursday's board meeting. Mm-hmm. So, stay tuned, and you'll see some of the initial financials on the matter and some of our plans.
Okay. And what will you actually be announcing? How is it worded?
It's a board report. We have a rate model consultant that's prepared sort of the what-if scenario if we were to implement this in mid to late 2027.
Okay. Wow, that's coming up pretty quick too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not much left of 26 anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Irv, well, safe travels to you. I hope that you're going to get. I hope you're going to get all the loving you need from your mom. It's going to be nice to have a reunion after 5 years. Everybody needs their mother.
Yeah. I've not been able to take the needling I get every time I call her.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. Well,
and her birthday is actually Liberation Day, the 21st.
Wow.
Yeah, she was 4 years old.
How old is she going to be then? Sorry, I'm not good in the math.
86.
86. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, happy birthday to her. And I think the happy Labor Day gift is probably in the making for you. Give her a Labor Day gift. Irv, it's good to have you.
I would, one thing I'll pass on to the customers for the next typhoon, God forbid, but if you want, buy some extra tags, so that you have the ability to handle the extra trash. And like I lectured my wife, which was her first typhoon staying with me, don't, look at what you need to eat through the typhoon when you don't have power. So don't buy things that you need to put on the stove or in the microwave, because those things aren't going to work, and you're going to get advance notice, so try to, eat as much as you can out of your refrigerator and freezer before the storm, so you don't have as much to throw out after.
Yeah, that's you have to have the big old neighborhood barbecue right before a typhoon.
Right. Yeah, and then have one afterwards.
Yeah, and have one afterwards. Well, how did she like the typhoon? By the way, not that she would have liked it, but how was she?
Well, we preloaded our tablet with Netflix and had a bunch of battery generators, so we were good. We wish the air conditioning was on, but
don't we all? Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But we stayed at a hotel a couple of nights, so that was okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good for you. Good for you. Irv, I appreciate it always that you are so responsive to these questions from our listeners. It means a lot to people to hear these answers coming from the, if you will, the horse's mouth. So thanks for being available.
Hopefully you got the right end there,
Good comeback. I like that. Appreciate it. Be safe travels. My best and happy birthday to your mom.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure. He said, I hope it came from the right end. You know, when you say that horse's mouth, you just figure you don't want it coming from the rear because it then becomes BS. Got you? Okay, yeah. It took a minute. It's all right. It's only me. Hey, listen, we're gonna hit that the AP news coming up here in just a second. We got a guest coming into the studio in this next hour. Of course, we're making plans for Vet Talk. They're going to be showing up around 10 o'clock to do that show. It'd be nice to talk to the Titanos because. Well, it's a very personal thing, but I'll wait till they get here to talk to them about. It's not bad. Well, it could have been bad, but it wasn't bad, so it turned out great. You'll hear it yourself in just a little while. But now AP News is on deck. We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The AP's learned the Trump administration's ordered ICE officers to suspend most vehicle stops after 2 deadly shootings in little over a week. Lisa Dwyer has more.
The shooting of a Colombian man by federal immigration agents in Maine has fueled outrage, heating up the political discourse. Maine Democratic Senate candidate Nirav Shah held a press conference outside Republican Senator Susan Collins' office in Biddeford, saying there was a straight line from the tragedy to Senator Collins, who is the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee.
She has the power to put strict conditions on every single dollar that ICE receives.
Collins posted a statement on her Senate website saying that while the investigation is still ongoing, the shooting raises sufficient critical questions. Collins says she has urged Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen to cease all non-urgent vehicle stops. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
In Florida, the State Highway Patrol says a man fleeing immigration officers was struck and killed by a tractor-trailer this morning after darting into a busy road. U.S. Central Command says it has reimposed its blockade of Iranian ports in response to Iran's attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. A U.S. official tells AP another wave of strikes were carried out ahead of it. Meanwhile, President Trump's backed away from plans to charge fees for ships crossing the strait, telling reporters leaders in the Gulf region have been telling him,
"We would like to invest tremendously in the United States as opposed to charging a fee." And I like that, actually, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait or for any other strait relationship in terms of other sections of the world. I don't think anybody should be really in that position.
Darlene Graham, sister of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, has been sworn in to fill his seat. And at the World Cup, Spain beat France 2-0, securing a spot in the final. This is AP News. Consumer prices were 3.5% higher last month than June a year ago, and actually down from May. Seth Sutel has reaction in the AP Markets report.
Stocks rose on Wall Street after a report showed that inflation wasn't as bad as expected last month. The gains came even though oil prices continued to climb on worries that the U.S. and Iran may return to all-out war. The S&P 500 rose 0.4% Tuesday. The Dow added 9 points. That's less than 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite rose 0.9%. Treasury yields fell in the bond market following the better-than-expected report on inflation. Chip stocks and other AI winners rebounded. Big U.S. banks, including J.P. Morgan Chase, reported strong profits. A big drop in IBM stock kept the gains in check. Seth Sutel, New York.
Gas prices dropped a penny in the past day. AAA puts the national average for regular grade just below $3.86 per gallon. There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Rise and shine with Roots Breakfast Buffet. Served daily from 6:30 to 9:30 a.m. at Guam Plaza Resort. Seniors enjoy 15% off for a limited time. Save your spot now. Call 671-649-7760 to reserve.
Hafide Guam.
The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Off a Day Guam, over the last 2 years, we have built strong relationships, opened new doors, and created real opportunities for our island. Those partnerships continue to grow stronger, and together, we are making meaningful progress for Guam. Early voting for 2026 primary elections begins July 9th and runs through July 25th at the Westin Resort. Tuesdays through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now is not the time to lose momentum. The foundation has been laid, the relationships have been built, and opportunities before Guam have never been greater. Your vote will help ensure we continue moving forward together. I humbly ask for your support and your vote. Let's keep building a stronger future for Guam. I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Close your eyes and open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available from $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic, our island, your clinic.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Open your hearts and clear out your closets. We're exploring the inspiring everyday history behind a movement dedicated to pure generosity. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 15th.
National Give Something Away Day sounds like the kind of event dreamed up by a multi-million-dollar corporation trying to clear out old warehouse inventory. But the celebration didn't come from a boardroom or an act of Congress. Instead, it was launched back in 2015 by a passionate independent giver named Linda Eaton Hall Fulcher. Her holiday challenges everyday citizens to share their daily blessings with someone else. It's a global reminder that true wealth is measured by what we share with our communities rather than what we accumulate inside our homes. It turns out that a nationwide wave of kindness didn't require a massive marketing budget. It just took one person sitting in her living room with a great idea.
I love this day because you know what? We have so much stuff in our house we should give away.
What are we going to start with?
I don't know.
One of the freezers?
No. We're going to start with the other stuff. Food's still important to me. We are also celebrating National Gummy Worm Day and National I Love Horses Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
10. It's Wednesday, right? Did I not say we're just as close to the top as we are to the bottom? I'm hoping we're closer to the bottom now at 10:09. It's 9:10 in the morning, and welcome to the program. Hello to everybody for joining us. If you are not on YouTube, what are you doing? What are you doing? Right now, I've got a guest in the studio, and this was a last-minute interview, and I was really excited to get it, just because you are a Gael, and if you know a Gael, then you're a better person for it, because you guys are all pretty lighthearted and great sense of humor, and so I wanted to be able to get Alex Gale. Did you not know yesterday that you were forded many times?
I was told right before. And that made me 20 times as nervous for the event.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
No, but I got it from a friend, and then I got it from another friend, and then I got it from somebody in Las Vegas. Bizarrely, she says, "Oh, these kids are." And I'm like, "What are you doing telling me this?" And apparently it got around the Dine and Tonics. That's the name of the group. Din and Tonics. Sorry,
like gin and tonics.
Yeah,
with a D.
I actually knew that. I just got a little nervous there for a second. Din and Tonic is. Talk to me about this. This is a Harvard group.
Yes. So
okay.
The Din and Tonics are Harvard's premier mixed voice jazz a cappella group. They were founded in 1979, so I think they're now 47 years old now. Mm-hmm. We travel every other year. We travel the world during the summer on an international tour, and so we go across Europe, Asia, and Australia over the course of a bit over 2 months.
Oh, wow.
And so this year we're traveling to, I believe, like 18 different cities across 15 different countries.
My gosh.
And it's been an absolute blast. We're halfway through now, but we still have a lot more to go.
Yeah. So I need to start all over again. First of all, you have always been a singer? Were you the guy in the family that was always a singer? Because you're the middle child. So.
No. In fact, my family, they're very lighthearted. And my dad, tried to pick up guitar in college or high school, I think. But, our family wasn't really like a musical, at least my immediate one wasn't really musical. And so during the pandemic, I basically picked up my dad's, acoustic guitar, which, he plays once in a blue moon.
Oh, yeah. Is he good, though?
He can play Stairway to Heaven very well.
Okay, all right. Overachiever. Got it.
And I started playing it, and that's what really got me into music, was just this kind of self-driven motivation to play for, myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then later in high school, right near the end of high school, I got involved more in music. I sang in my high school's glee club and in a little band for a talent show, and also did band my senior year. So it wasn't really a thing I did my whole life necessarily, but I was kind of ramping up, like kind of near the end of high school. And then when I got to college, it really I really hit the ground running. I was doing more music than I ever had done in my life. On campus at Harvard, there are so many opportunities to get involved in music. I actually didn't sing with the Dints my freshman year. I sang with one of the choirs at Harvard, and that they actually have a program where they give you music lessons, or they give you basically vocal lessons for free. And so I took those. I had an amazing experience. It really refined myself. And then in my sophomore year, I had the chops to join the group. I actually auditioned my freshman year, didn't make it in.
But you tried again.
Second time's the charm, I suppose.
So when you were applying for Harvard, were you actually looking for a school that had a music program, or was it another part of the academics that got you?
Oh, it was. I was completely unaware of the Harvard Dynamics, of all the music scenes on campus. Really, I didn't do any like college tours or anything like that, because we're very far away.
Yeah. It's expensive to do the college tours.
It's expensive. Yeah. I think my parents had faith in me that I would do okay. And so you don't need to go see college, you'll be fine.
Yeah, here's the picture.
Yeah, here's the picture. You can see it online. And so I really had no expectation about what Harvard would be like. And all I knew is that it would be cold and hard.
Yeah.
And in fact, I actually expected to go into Harvard studying anthropology and archaeology, but I basically, right as I stepped foot on campus, I was like, okay, I'm switching gears. I'm doing psychology now.
Okay, so that's what your major is.
Yes.
And then the music came as sort of, what were you shopping for some other extracurricular activities,
what's really cool about Harvard is that they allow you to do these basically first-year orientation programs right before you get on campus.
Mm-hmm.
So like the week before class starts, you can hang out with a bunch of upperclassmen who are your kind of like proctors or stuff like that, and they'll show you around and do an activity.
Right.
I applied to the arts program. There's an arts program, an outdoors program, urban program, etc. I did the arts one, and just because I played guitar, and they seemed like a lot of, like I saw the video like of them advertising it, they seemed like fun people. So I joined that, and I was completely immersed in the art scene at Harvard. I felt like a total imposter because all I knew was how to play. All I knew was how to do like really basic guitar songs. But
Yeah.
I really fell in love with the people in the art scene.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I think like maybe there were 10 proctors. Maybe like 4 of them were actually in the Harvard Din and Tonics.
Oh,
and so
okay.
they were telling all of us the entire time, was like, hey man, if you like singing, you should audition for our group. And so they did a really good job in brainwashing me into
well,
auditioning for them.
the thing is that you picked up the guitar and sort of out of desperation, it sounds like, for entertainment during COVID,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So it was handy. But there's a difference between actually playing music, right, and having the talent to sing. That's an entirely different skill.
Yes.
So where did the singing come from? Was that just sort of naturally? I mean, is it a singing family? Do you guys like belt out tunes, or you do karaoke in the house, or any of that?
I think we're definitely a loud family.
Oh yes, I hear you.
That does sing.
Yeah.
But I think my cousin is involved in the arts and in music. My
Mhm.
cousin Mariana, but I think I can't off the top of my head. I can't really think of anyone else.
Yeah, yeah.
Who really has any musical background. So for me, this was really kind of I'm doing my own thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think honestly, I think I'm just very fortunate to have like the instrument that I do. You know, pointing to my voice.
Mhm.
I'm sure like it's early morning right now, but I sing in a very low register.
Yeah.
And on campus is actually very desirable.
Oh, really?
Because
Yeah.
there are not few people, but in terms of people who auditioned for these groups,
Mhm.
they're always looking for someone who can reach certain notes,
Yeah.
especially like down there.
Yeah.
And so I really feel a good niche in singing bass.
Well, it's comfortable for you. It's a comfortable place for you.
It's the only place I'm comfortable.
And you can actually sing it early in the morning because your bass
Yes,
your bass is
exactly.
naturally there.
I prefer morning.
Yeah, I was gonna
performances.
say, 'cause you-
everyone else is like, I can't sing up there.
Yeah.
I'm not warmed up, and I'm like, please.
You're
put me
warmed
in.
up all the time.
Like the more I sing, the less good I sound.
Yeah. Well, let's hear this is the forwarded many times video that we were playing on the radio yesterday. Let's see if we can pick you out. Is that you? Okay.
Maposi corazonku magnetic hagu nahagu naninai malago Afandai nani umapiniti Mapos corazon umanyeneti Questa afandai nani ai futi toki Tangi ragoneni Qui qui fi
Wow. I thought, I think a lot of people were touched by this because it's in Chamorro. Yes. And I honestly, I'm pretty sure that you understood the significance of this. Harvard is an incredible institution, and to come to Guam and sing in a native tongue really meant a lot to people.
Yeah. And
was that your doing?
That was my doing. I lobbied heavily for this, and I'm just so fortunate that our music director was able to pull this all together. Basically, I gave him a list of songs. I was like, hey, we must do a song in Chamorro. So I gave him a list of songs. They're all Johnny Sablon songs.
Oh, great.
And so if it was going to be Huguatzahao, it was going to be Nobia Neni or Tipi Tipi Tan.
That would have been funny.
That would have been funny.
Yeah.
But he chose Huguatzahao, and I totally agree.
Wow.
It's a upbeat song, so it's really fun to sing, but it also has these beautiful harmonies in which I just think lend themselves really well to an a cappella trio.
Well, how did you teach all the others how to actually pronounce? I was impressed by the pronunciation of the words.
So I actually made a whole. I actually not only did I teach them how to pronounce it, but I also translated it for them. And I let me see if I can pull it up.
Okay.
Right now.
Do you have to spell it out phonetically?
I was like, guys, this is just how you say it.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And whenever they made a mistake, I was like, no, you say it like this.
Now, okay. So here's the thing. Well,
I had this whole. I translated it all.
Oh, okay. Well, you did the whole thing.
Yeah, and so that they would know what they're singing about. I didn't want them to just,
Yeah, he did
sing
that.
syllables, et cetera, et cetera.
He did a whole, I'm just going to show the audience.
yeah.
We won't go into your personal WhatsApp, but yeah, this is what he did. In column, one side is in Chamorro and the other side is in English. That's pretty cool. So this was helpful to, I guess, to have the emotion of knowing what these words are.
I mean, it's a love song. It's like, oh, I love you,
Yeah.
and you're not happy with me. Why are you not happy with me?
Yeah. Did you grow up speaking Chamorro? The boy's Chamorro, by the way. I know you don't look
Let-
at him
let
and
it
go.
be known.
Yeah, you don't look at him and go,
Been in
wow, that's a
Boston for a
good
little bit. I'm a
Chamorro
little-
name with a good Chamorro face. When we saw you all, we're like, which one? We're looking for the dark-headed kid.
Yeah.
It's like, which was the boy from Guam?
Yeah.
You were front and center.
I was. So
where
in
were
that,
you
in
on
that
that?
video, I was front and center in the
Yeah.
glasses, but
Yeah.
in other performances, I'm kind of off to the side.
Okay. Well, this is your home,
Exactly.
so front and center.
So in the home, I'm very lucky where I was raised right next door to my nana. In fact, she actually lived in the house with us for a good period of time, and so whenever we needed to go, she'd be like, "Ni hita panahano."
Yeah.
Whenever need to eat, mailan tapang boka.
Yeah. So you knew all the
Quite sad.
commands.
I knew all the commands.
I
and
call
knew
them
what to do.
survival. It's a
Yes,
survival lesson.
exactly.
Is
I guess it's, I said, like, I would tell my friends, oh, I know a few phrases, but I guess it's more as like I know what to do
Yeah.
when I'm told.
Well, I just always said, shut up, sit down, do your
Yeah,
homework, make
exactly.
rice. Come in or out. I
Exactly.
know all the commands.
Yeah.
So, so you went to St. John's, I'm assuming.
I did go to
That's
St. John's,
That's
yes.
usually the alma mater for families, different families. Yours is definitely one of them. Did you when you were speaking when you were trying to teach them Chamorro, how did you have to stop them for the pronunciation part of it? Because you can say guaidza, but there's a way to say guaidza,
Exactly.
right? So because a lot of what you did, a lot of the sound of it was in an accent.
I'm very proud.
How did you explain
So
one?
So the Dins also sing other songs from other cultures.
Okay.
We sing songs in German.
Yeah.
In Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might be learning one song in Vietnamese. I think that might be the hardest one.
Yeah.
We haven't learned it yet. But basically what we do is we have someone, we're very lucky where we have someone who knows the language. And so when we sang in German, we had a German speaker being able
nice.
to tell us, this is how you sing in German. When we sing in Japanese, I also took Japanese in high school, so I was
Okay.
also the one coaching them how to pronounce Japanese words. It's much easier than
Yeah.
Chamorro, as you can imagine. But I'm lucky. I only had to really coach two people. They're very musical people who have great ears. And I was like,
Wow.
for this word, guaitza, there's, I taught them what the glotto was.
Yeah.
When you see a Y, it's a za, not
Right.
a ya.
Yeah.
When at the end of words, if it's not nene, it's neni.
Yeah.
It's not hago, it's hagu.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
And did they hear the original version
Yes,
of the song
I made
too?
sure that they would listen to it. And I told them, listen to it. If you have any questions, let me know. And they were like, oh, he pronounced it like this, but it reads like this. And I'm like, oh, no, it's pronounced like this.
Yeah, there's a lot of English words like that too.
Yeah, exactly.
So, have they been around the island to see what this looks like?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, the reason why they are not in the studio today is because they are doing the Valley of the Lati boat tour right now.
They're doing the tourist
They're doing
stuff.
the tourist stuff. I did that in third grade. I don't
Yeah,
need to do that.
you're good.
I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. Well, this is. Okay, I'm only just going back to Picture Perfect because this was a time when that movie came out where it really put a huge concentration on campuses where this is a real live thing.
Yes.
And the kids that come out from that environment, some of them actually have gone on to the music industry. I don't know if that's going to be a chance or a change of heart for you from psychology, but it's a good backup.
I absolutely do not think I will be going into the music industry. I have a lot of friends who are going into that field, and they're much more talented than me. But they're also, it's really challenging.
Yeah.
And I think I've struck a great balance of music being, this passion which brings me joy, but I don't necessarily have to make it my career.
Right.
I'm really passionate about developmental psychology, so how children are raised, and also that impact on urban design. So that's where I think my fulfillment lies.
Yeah.
And how our cities and our communities and neighborhoods affect us. I think that's where we'll find the most joy, rather than stressing myself out because I'm not, I'm not getting these record labels or something like that. Not that I could get the record labels,
but if it was a thing,
if it was a thing,
yeah, that would not be it. Well, the time that you're here on Guam, is it just a short time, and then you're moving on to something else?
It is a short time, not our shortest time. We in some stops, it's kind of a shame. We only have 2 nights there. We're lucky here. We have 4 nights. Right, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yes, 4 nights. I can count.
Okay.
But and we have 2 basically days in which we are free.
Okay.
That was for us. That was Monday and today. And in the morning on Tuesday, yesterday, I made sure to bring a lot of them to Tumanbay.
Yeah, nice.
To experience that, and they were all telling me just how beautiful and amazing, how it was never anything they have ever experienced before.
And it's the United States.
And it's the
there's
United States.
There's that
That's
part
another
of
thing.
it.
They were saying, "Oh my goodness, Alex, we can use our American bills. There is no, we don't have to worry about exchange rates."
Yeah,
because we were just in, we were constantly bouncing. We had to balance, Danish kroner. We had to balance euros. We had to pounds.
Yeah.
Hong Kong dollars, and then yuan, and then all these currencies, and then sometimes you get confused and you way overpay
Oh yeah,
for something.
totally. Paying with the wrong currency.
But here you just know what you're paying for.
How much more time do you have then?
So we have about, I think, 22 hours left.
Okay,
on
left.
the island. We leave 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning.
Okay, where are you going?
Our next stop is Bangkok.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And we're taking PAL. So we're going to stop in the Manila airport and then head off.
Yeah. Are you excited about this? This summer has been really an eye-opener, or is this like old hat for you?
Such an eye-opener.
Yeah.
I think what it has really taught me is, and this is, I mean, of course, like, I'm now experiencing other cultures, et cetera, et cetera. But what this has really taught me is how to tolerate people, of course, because we're traveling with 13 other people, our age.
Sure.
We're sharing meals together. Sometimes we have to share a bed. You're constantly with each other 24/7. For 2 months. And at a certain point, it just becomes unconditional love.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like your
Has
sibling.
to be unconditional love.
You live with your sibling. You can't hate your sibling, or else your life will be horrible. And so I have learned to really love people unconditionally. And maybe I realized in the moment, I can be so annoyed with this person, but then kind of like 20 minutes later, I'm like, oh, that moment has passed.
Yeah.
And now
Good. That's a good way of look. Well, good thing psychologies are major.
Yeah, exactly.
But that is actually a really good way of looking at it. What you don't want is down the line, they're like, God, Alex was such a jerk when he had that meltdown over cheeseburgers not having right meat. You don't want anybody talking smack about you when this is all over. And I think you guys, it's a joyous time where you're sharing your talents. I think it's great that you've come to Guam. I'm glad that you were able. I think most people were really excited at the fact that you included a Chamorro song at a Chamorro. It was a good call on your part and so thank you. I mean, we're all very impressed by it. We hope that we'll see you guys again. But are you entering your 3rd year now, or
I'm entering my senior year now?
Your senior,
So
congratulations!
I have to tackle my thesis. Not looking forward to that.
How exciting! Well, enjoy the break, right?
Yeah.
Enjoy the break. Well, it was such a pleasure to meet you. What a nice, pleasant young man that you are.
Thank you.
I was telling him when he moved, I said, I've seen you Gale kids around for for a very long time. I couldn't tell the difference between all of you. You've got obviously your mother's height.
Yes.
Your dad's quite tall too,
Yes.
but you're a Denite. Everybody should know this. You're a Denite and you're a Gale, so the height thing is all over the place. But I said, you must have been one of them little kids that I've seen, but now seeing you all grown up.
Yeah, one of the bigger kids now.
Yeah, you're one of the bigger kids. Well, I'm sure that your family is proud, and I really appreciate that so many people also appreciated your talent. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
It'll be
Patty.
so nice to see you when you're back and doing your field. Are you thinking about practicing on Guam, or how is research part of the next step and doing other things? What's the next?
I'm going to be on island in August, and I really hope to. My auntie's an architect, and so I haven't asked her yet, but I will ask her.
She's getting it now.
She's getting it now, but I really want to ask her if I can shadow either her or other architects on island, because that's something in which I've really pivoted towards. I'm doing psychology, but now I'm really into architecture and urban design. Much to her amusement, I imagine. So I really do hope to get a scope of the scene on island. I've also been given, we're traveling, all across the world, and basically every single time I meet up, we also meet up with Harvard alumni on our way.
Nice.
Every single time we meet up with like a Harvard club of, Hong Kong, of Korea, etc. I always just go around and ask if there are any architects or urban designers, and they're like, "Oh yeah, here's my card. Call me up if you want to get an internship." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah, you're getting all the connects.
But
good,
I mean,
good for you.
in any case, I hope to gain experience to bring it back.
Yeah, that's kind of what we all hope. But good luck to you while you're doing it. We really appreciate you coming all the way up here, from Tamuning. But pleasure again to meet you, and congratulations to all of everything that you've accomplished so far.
Thank you so much.
That's Alex Gale, everybody. Go look at. He's the guy in the front and the center. When you've seen the Forded many times video,
I'm the one with the glasses.
The one with the glasses, the tallest guy.
The other one with the glasses.
Yeah,
the one
who looks more Chamorro than the others.
I wouldn't say that.
We're at 9:32 now. Let's go ahead and take that last break. We'll be right back.
Rise and shine with Roots Breakfast Buffet. Served daily from 6:30 to 9:30 a.m. at Guam Plaza Resort. Seniors enjoy 15% off for a limited time. Save your spot now. Call 671-649-7760 to reserve.
Hafaday, Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hafaday, Guam. Over the last 2 years, we have built strong relationships, opened new doors, and created real opportunities for our island. Those partnerships continue to grow stronger, and together, we are making meaningful progress for Guam. Early voting for 2026 primary elections begins July 9th and runs through July 25th at the Westin Resort. Tuesdays through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now is not the time to lose momentum. The foundation has been laid, the relationships have been built, and opportunities before Guam have never been greater. Your vote will help ensure we continue moving forward together. I humbly ask for your support and your vote. Let's keep building a stronger future for Guam. I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Close your eyes and open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available from $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com.
Got friends who still haven't switched to GTA? Now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them our way. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's sweet, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling? Or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic, our island, your clinic.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
It is. What time is it? Oh, okay. It is coming up on. It's at 9:39. A little bit early. Oh, there it is. 9:40 basically is what we're doing. The Titanists are in the studio because I don't know. We just had a few minutes. We were already on a roll. Nice to have Mr. Alec. What a pleasant young man he
Young
is.
celebrity.
What a pleasant young man that he is. Someone who was listening to it said Harvard has a great graduate school of design which combines architecture and urban planning and design. Go for it, Alex. Yes,
I'm telling you, it's
indeed.
changed a lot since I've been there.
Well, I
Just
passed
continue,
over
Patty,
it once.
just keep
Okay,
going.
okay. I don't know sometimes if you want me to actually bite because I could go there. Have we met? I could totally go. She said she was at Beyonce's wedding. I mean, at not at Beyonce's wedding.
It's gotten a lot larger, so yeah, it's great.
But it was really nice. I think it's always nice to highlight kids that are from Guam, and I think the fact that he went the extra mile. We're not just gonna appear in Guam and perform. We're going to actually sing, a song in a vernacular, and everybody loves Johnny
I heard
Sublime.
that. It was so awesome.
Really,
They did such a
great
job.
They need to do a collection of tomorrow's songs.
Yeah.
Is what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best a cappella I've heard.
Yeah. Well, I was telling him, that movie Pitch Perfect.
Yeah.
There was.
I love Pitch Perfect.
And they had the Pitch Perfect 1, Pitch Perfect 2.
Yeah.
But when those movies actually we're talking about these chorale groups or choruses, choir groups that are in these universities, and they put a lot of resources into them. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, Harvard could do it. They're sending them to how many countries?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
What is
pretty
it? They've
cool.
got, they're singing in Vietnamese and Korean and
Mhm.
Chinese.
Yep, that's really cool. Well, it's good to see you, Auntie Bobby, but it's great to see you alive.
Yeah.
Why? Well, I'm not
Because
going
you were,
nowhere.
I had eulogized you last week in a very tearful conversation.
Why?
Because you were dead.
I-
Did you hear about that, guys?
No, I did not.
Somebody
Oh,
had
yeah.
posted something on
No, I didn't.
Facebook. I see we're
Yeah.
still trying to remembering Mr. Johnny Atulai Taitanos fishing days.
No.
And then I get this message. I didn't see I got the message on WhatsApp.
Uh-huh.
And then it says, it doesn't say he passed. And I'm like, what? And then the phone call came because I didn't see that fast enough.
Right.
And they were like, it was like, I couldn't even speak. I couldn't even, and then I call her. She answers right away. So I'm thinking, we might be okay here. But she answered right away. And I already start crying. And she's like, no, he's not dead. You're not the only one who's calling. I think it was the way that it was
Yeah, the way
said.
the way it was said.
It sounded-
because at the end of the post it said he was a great guy, and using the word was
got everybody
Yeah, it got
all
everybody all messed
So
up.
did you have a phone call? Get a lot of phone calls?
Yeah, people sending me messages. Did
Oh
you
my God.
see that post on Facebook?
Because they knew that it's going
Yeah.
to take a lot more to get this guy down.
Right. So we were at King's actually when I first saw the post before I had any phone calls from anybody. So I was reading it out loud to him and our daughter, and I didn't even think anything of it. At the end, right? Because he's right there. I'm looking at him, so it didn't mean anything to me. And then when people started sending me messages on WhatsApp and calling me and asking me if everything is okay, and I go, yeah.
my God.
So that's when I posted on Facebook to correct the.
you were all wrong. Everybody was wrong. I'm right here.
Tell him
sitting
Uncle
right there.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Be like, yeah,
well,
tell him
not
Uncle
only were
Johnny.
they wrong, but I think it's going to take, a
Takes a
lot.
lot to take
yeah,
this old guy
exactly.
out.
Oh,
It
yeah.
takes a lot to
I mean,
take him
you've
out.
been through a lot already,
Right.
and that never did anything to
It
you.
didn't do
Made you a
nothing.
little nuts, but
They
we're
tried.
here
He's
for that.
actually been through
They
the worst
tried.
storms.
Yeah.
They tried.
We're
They
here
can't
for
take
it.
him out. They can't.
What's wrong? Can you hear? You okay?
Is it too
I got
loud
my
or?
hearing aids on.
Oh,
Okay.
he has his hearing.
I'm just trying to notice a difference. But anyway, that's all history. That's all noise. That's
Yeah,
noise.
it was a
That's all.
real thing. It was a
Yeah.
real thing for a lot of people. But
Yeah.
you know,
But when I was talking to you,
I was crying.
Yeah.
dude,
I said,
I was.
Girl,
cry-
you're
I
lucky I'm not there. I'll slap you.
I know. He told me to shut up. Shut up and get yourself together. I was like, honestly, I was really worried about that. I didn't
Oh,
like
yeah.
the way that
No,
sounded.
a lot
That's
of
not the way
people-
you want to
yeah.
find out about
No.
something like that, right?
No,
But
a lot of
anyway.
people were worried.
Well, you're here. You're
So I had to go in and correct it. but-
Oh, that's good. Yeah. So we're back to your old ornery self.
Yes.
I'd rather take that than the alternative every Wednesday. But
You know, Leonard is a very lucky guy.
is he? He's on an airplane. They think he's a Detroit Piston. So
I want why?
because he's tall and he's black and he's going to Detroit.
It's okay. Let him think.
And he's sitting in the front row, and they're going, "Do you play basketball? You must play for the Detroit Pistons." What's his answer? Yeah, I am.
I don't
my
like to
God.
take it. Can I have another one of those vermouth things? One of those drinks?
Oh, that's
What is
funny.
it, Mimosa? or-
Well, okay. Okay. Anyway, so you guys have been talking about, I don't know, different things. We're in
Yeah.
the middle of a budget here.
Right,
I don't know how much
right.
of that
And the
you can-
election. Did you vote already?
No, I wait for the day.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I wait for the day because I actually like going to the polls.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess different strokes
Strokes
for different
yeah,
folks. Yeah, because
you
we
like
already
getting it
did
out of the
ours,
way.
Yeah.
How was that? How was
It was pleasant. It was
Yeah.
it was really smooth. We didn't have any problems, of course.
Did you have to do it 3 times or just one time? Because they said you can do it up to 3 times.
Yeah,
if you
no,
mess
we
up.
only did it once.
Oh, one time.
I was
shot.
going to
Yeah.
request an alternative because
Right.
she kept cheating. She
Well,
says-
see, we're handicapped, right? So we drove right through and we voted in our cars. So
Wow.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Change that. Change that.
You got the special attention. They just came
Yeah.
to you with the ballot.
yes,
Yes,
yeah.
They came out with a ballot, even offered us cold drink. I don't drink.
Really?
Yeah, he goes, "Do you have any cold water or something?" They went right over and got it for him, and
You must be the only person they did that for.
Yeah, he was probably the only one who asked for water.
This is true. This is true. They probably, everybody else is like, go to the cafe, you get a 20% discount. All right. Well, that's nice. I mean,
it was a really smooth transition on going there to vote early.
Yeah. I'm glad.
And I encourage
she
anybody
cheats.
who's handicapped to go and vote early.
Yeah.
You guys don't go with your wives; they cheat. Hey.
She cheated on the test.
They actually go to your homes. My mom voted yesterday with my brother.
yeah.
They came over to the house and made her vote.
Oh, that's good.
Like
Did
the
Ron
second or third year.
Did he get to?
Yeah.
That's
My
good.
sister next door was able to
Oh,
go
that's
up
good.
and vote as well.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, it's good if you don't like to go to the polls, but there's something about going to the polls.
I know. It makes it's a different atmosphere,
Yeah.
and you see all these people standing on the side of the
You
road
know who's in
with
your
their
village now?
signs. Yeah.
Well, you know who's in your village.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, bro, do you live in Tamunia? I had no idea, that kind
Yeah.
of thing. But you do see people who you've known.
It actually can be a lot of fun.
It can
when
be,
my
yeah.
dad ran for mayor back in the day, you know, they always have a tent. You know, the Democrats and the Republicans always have their own tent. They always have food, and there's always people coming over.
Yeah,
and you know
that's the excitement because there's still a little bit of the campaign right before you hit the property where you're not supposed to do that, right?
Yeah.
That's to be said. And I was talking to Marie Pangolina. I don't know anywhere in the country that there's a party environment going to the polls.
Yeah.
And in a lot of these states, and especially recently, you will see that there are fights breaking out. That there are people who are not able to vote. You have people who are standing in long lines in this winter
Because
you
they're
know.
tall and they're white. They like to fight.
Oh my God.
No, and the way they vote, like back in the States, sometimes they actually set up at people's homes. And so if you're in the neighborhood and they have the polls there, you can go and
in
vote.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like ours.
Yeah,
Ours
is a
different.
party environment. You could.
Yeah.
I know people who they go to their polling site. They vote, and then they go to all the other polling sites for breakfast, lunch, and then dinner.
Right.
You
And then we
pollute
wait for the
everywhere you
results
go.
to come
and
out.
then you wait for the results to come out.
We go to each of our camps and we wait for the results to come out.
That's always. I've never I've never done the campaign headquarters because I was always been in the news part of it. But just sitting up. And remember, we would do it. There was one time it's like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's still not done.
Yeah,
But now
I
think
used to
it's-
work at the polls.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What was that like?
And it was like we had to be there like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
To get all set up, and it was
And then
it was
the first
interesting.
boxes don't come till after 8, right?
Yeah.
So you're there all night.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it must be different than how it is now because
It's
we've got the
very different.
tabulation
Yeah.
machines, right? It goes
Yeah.
faster.
Right.
So it's supposed to go off without a hitch, which is why we actually get them faster than we used to, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of the same rules. So do you I know that you're a staunch Republican, so I'm not going to even ask you who you voted for.
He doesn't even know what he is.
I'm gonna go smoke.
Okay, you do that. This is a man who sees crossfire incoming. I love you, Uncle John. He's like, yeah, I'm out of here. Yeah, I'm
Hey,
outta here.
I grew up a Democrat.
Yeah.
My parents were staunch Democrats. I mean, they were diehard Democrat.
Yeah.
So,
So you knew.
Yeah.
It was already back in the day. That's how you voted as a family
Right.
block, right?
Exactly. Back in our day, they used to tell us who to vote for.
Yeah, that's exactly how
You
it
didn't
was.
have a choice. This
Yeah.
is
Well,
this is what we want you to vote for. Then I say, well, you really don't know who I'm voting for.
I'll say yes until I get to the polls. And it was different. It was a lot different back then. And plus, I come from two families of opposing
Right.
parties. So the
Yeah.
Camachos were all Republican,
Right.
the Royals are all Democrats,
Uh-huh.
right? And then when I got into the media, I was really noticing how one vote either way is dependent on how you the giveaway. Am I going to say who I'm voting for? Being on the radio, you just don't do stuff like that, right?
Right.
But you
and that's
couldn't
why
tell-
we stay back.
Yeah.
We stay back. It's like, no, we cannot be on anybody's side.
Yeah, I can't be on anybody's side. But I just remember there was, I think it was Lou and Josh the first time that they ran, and I know that Richard Arroyo was a big part of the
Of
Royals
course,
were a big part of that campaign.
Yeah.
And I saw this one sign that one said, "Royals are in." And I was like, oh, dang, okay. And then another one said, Camachos are in. I'm like, yikes. But they all know that it's not all encompassing of everybody. But I
Right.
think that, families, clearly we vote in that family block.
Yeah.
Which is, I would not favor something like that. But
Right.
back in the day,
Yeah.
that was the way people were elected.
Right. And the sad part about that is it affected family relationships.
Oh,
when you don't
yeah.
vote for the right party. It really did affect family relationships. It's like, we're not going to talk to you anymore because you didn't vote for our.
Oh, dude, really?
Yeah.
Oh, and
yeah.
that's
That was bad back then.
Well, I got a little taste of that. I saw that I saw that somebody had sort of judged me on a situation that, whatever. But to me it was like the first time I'd done that since I came back to Guam and then got involved in reporting about. I'd forgotten what politics looks like here.
Right.
And then somebody had misjudged something I had said, and so I really was taking the hit for the next 4 years. That person didn't make it into office, and I thought, God, now, blood does not run very thick around here,
Yeah.
right? And so, it took a while for everything to sort of iron itself out, but I didn't like it. I didn't like being
I didn't
judged
either.
on politics. Which
Absolutely
is,
not. I didn't either. And that's why, when they approach us and ask us to do things for a certain party, it's like, we can't.
Yeah.
We can't. I mean, we already know who we want, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Deep down, you know who you want to vote for.
Yeah. I kind of wait. This is why I also don't vote until the very last day, is because I'm waiting for somebody to screw it up. It's like I don't want to vote for the guy, and then you find out they've got like skeletons in their closet that comes in on the last week,
Right.
And then you're like, dang, I
And
voted for
that's
them.
when it gets
last
down
month."
and dirty.
Yeah, I mean, there's something they might do something between then and now, and
Yeah.
and then that'll be like, oh my gosh, how do you know that? How do you make the right decision until
Right.
So I tend to want to wait until after all the words have been said,
Right.
And we've
And there's a lot of people out there that like to say we can't stand politics.
Oh, yeah.
Politics is dirty.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't matter who sits in that chair. It's going to be the same. It's
Yeah.
going to be the same. And so unfortunately, politics is an important part of our life.
Well, it is.
Yeah,
How we
without politics, where is this world going to get to, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and not all politics is bad. I mean,
Right.
just because you're a politician doesn't mean that you're bad or that you're lying. But I
Exactly.
think it's the public's perception that dirty games are being played
Absolutely.
in pursuit of this
Yeah.
in our name, like
Yeah.
in the taxpayer's name, right?
Right.
And you go, well, that guy doesn't speak for me. I mean, I didn't even vote for him. Why is he
Right.
talking like we're all in this together? So yeah, you're right. But politics can be really. I've seen them, and I know you have, like really dirty smear campaigns on
Yes,
Guam.
yes.
I mean, and I don't really think, as much as it was exciting because we're like, oh snap, did you see what they said? You get that wow kind of shock value.
Right.
I don't think that deep down we like to see that.
Right.
Especially if our Godzu is the one that's having the fight. You don't want to see them. You don't want to see that kind of ugliness appear in lawmaking.
Right.
So,
and unfortunately, it
yeah.
does.
And it can get also really petty. We've seen it get petty. But so, what did you think about this election so far? Do you think that it's on the straight up? You think that people are being kind, or everybody is playing and minding their manners?
I think so far.
Yeah.
So far, I think they're all minding their manners.
Yeah, that's good.
But I think I think it'll really show after the primary.
Yeah.
Is when it gets down and dirty.
Yeah, I think you're going to weed them out naturally
Yeah.
because you're weeding them out by party.
Yeah.
By the time it gets to the general election, you're like it's specifically to the person, right?
Yes.
I may want to vote Republican, but I like a guy in the Democratic Party more than
Right.
I like so and so on the
Yeah.
Republican side.
Yeah.
I just got to decide what party I'm going to stick with, right?
Right.
So you may not like everybody on there. So when it comes time for when it comes time for the general election, you can cross over.
Right.
Hopefully your guy made it or your girl
Right.
made it. But,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But-
So we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah. Well, the wait and see is the part that's always fun right now.
Yeah.
It's just good Lord.
Yeah, I mean, good luck to everyone out there who's put their hat in the
Yeah.
race. I hope that whatever it is they're striving for, they get it, and whatever they promise, they they fulfill that promise.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't have any enemies. I mean, I don't, especially in politics. Politics is not even a part of my life.
Yeah.
But I don't have enemies. There's somebody who I don't like so much that I won't wish them well.
Right.
And every time
either.
every time I see a candidate, I know that I always say, hey, good luck to you in the race.
Yeah.
Good luck to you. I hope that it's fulfilling for you. Whatever it is that you're going for, I hope you're going to get what it is that you want. And maybe you're not going to win, but it doesn't matter. Sometimes it's the experience of going through that. Then you know what to do the next time or whatever.
Right.
So it's the good thing to do. You're right. Is the good thing to do. It's just I would never run for office.
Me either.
My God. I would hate to constantly be judged every move.
Your
I
life
make.
is not yours. As soon as you get into that side, your life is not yours. I was invited to the Guam Women's Chamber when they had all the candidates that were running for governor and lieutenant governor.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that was what it was like. And so as soon as I got there and I saw all these different candidates all around the room, I said, okay. But I went around and I greeted everybody, wished everybody well. I mean,
Yeah. That's what you're supposed to do. That's the nice thing to do.
It was a really strange environment to be in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You guys are killing it.
No, because almost
I'm dying
I feel
back
like
here.
almost anything you say
For the
is
right
interpreted.
strain, I'll say your name.
Yeah. The right strain. But you know what is true though? It is true that because it's such a sensitive environment.
Yes, it was very. You can feel it.
You can feel it
can
if
feel
you're
it
talking,
when you walk into the room.
If you're talking to one person and there's somebody on the other and say they're talking and they're laughing and they're having a good time.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I'm voting for you. That doesn't. I'm just going to I'm going to try to be kind to everybody, and I'm going to try to talk to everybody. I saw a candidate, and I don't usually do this when in mass.
Yeah.
I don't ask James Moylan. I see him in mass all the time. I would never walk up to him at the end of mass and ask him his thoughts about something.
Oh yeah, no, never. Me either.
To me that's off limits. Like when you're in worship, you don't bother people, right? So he would always say, yeah, you should have come up.
Or
I said,
even
no,
at
no.
a funeral.
Oh,
going at a funeral because they're all out there.
Yeah, that's what they're there for.
Yeah.
But I made my way, to a person who was running for office. I hadn't seen them in a lot of years.
Right.
And I was making my way towards somebody else, and I saw them sort of standing there, and I extended my hand. I hadn't seen them in very, very long years, and I said, "Hey, good luck to you." And they were really grateful for just the response, a positive response. These guys are running for office, and they need all of the support, even if you're faking it. They need.
Right.
I would never run for office, and so getting that. The due respect goes for your wanting to, put yourself out there.
Right.
That's not
right.
like you
And
said.
that's a lot.
It's not your life anymore.
That's a lot to really put yourself out there like that.
Ugh, yuck.
Yeah.
I have way too many skeletons. Is this a person or an entire
ma'am.
village?
No.
Okay.
She has a comment on voting, actually.
Okay.
Oh, awesome.
All right, Melissa, how are you, Melissa?
Hi, this is Andy. Hi, Bobby and Patti.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, it's good to hear your voice again on the radio. Anyway, I'm just kind of like commenting about Saipan, because I'm from Saipan. And Patti, I tell you and Bobby, during the 60s and 70s, Manaadagaw, territorial and popular at the time. That's the name of they call them popular and territorial. But now it's Democrat and Republican.
Yeah.
Manaadagaw, Manaatsagli. I was only 15 years old at the time, and those are the times where people they're hating each other. It's kind of like, I would just say, kind of like surprising at this time. Right now, it's okay, I guess. Hopefully it's going to be okay.
Yeah, we grew
up. That's all my comment, Patti and Bobby.
Okay, well, appreciate it, Melissa.
Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling.
Okay, Bobby, thank you. Bye-bye.
God bless. That's so true. I mean, the emotions were running. It was really deeply personal.
Yes.
But we've matured, I think.
Yes,
I'd like to
think
believe
so.
that we've gotten politically mature. Speaking of maturity, Uncle Johnny is in the studio and Auntie Bobby, and they're ready for vet talk. I'm not even going to ask you what you're going to talk about because I know it's vet talk.
War.
on that cheery, positive
Bombs.
note.
blow it all up.
Oh my God. On this cheery note, we will say we're ending mornings with Patty.
I love you guys,
I'm
man.
Patty.
I'm Dice.
And you can catch Dice this afternoon. She's at 2 to 6
That's
in Power
right.
98. Paulie's doing his thing this afternoon from 2 until 6. Of course, we've got the Tamora program that's going to be playing. I don't know who's going to be in
Yes,
today,
ma'am.
if it's going to still be Cody Lazama, if he's still pinch hitting for them.
Okay.
Either way, that's happening this afternoon
Exciting.
at 4 o'clock.
Don't
But-
miss it.
But right now, we're going to get to that AP News. Vet Talk is after that. We are KGUM FM in Dedido, Guam. Thanks, Dice. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Keep it Guam.
Proud to speak my